Good afternoon and welcome to day 4 of Devcom 2020. My name is Damien Reed and I'm an evangelist here at GPORTAL. If you are brand new to the channels that we're on various channels, so if you're brand new to any of them, essentially we are streaming live at Devcom 2020 this year. It's a virtual event rather than being a physical event. And we thought, you know what, whilst we're streaming to Devcom, it actually makes sense to stream to both Twitch and YouTube as well. So if you're new to our channel, don't forget to give us a follow, and why don't you share it to your favourite social network? And if you're wondering, who is GPORTAL and what do you do? Well, essentially we specialise in providing private game servers. So if you are a player and you're looking for one of the best low latency networks in the industry, then check out GPORTAL and go and rent your favourite game, whether that be Minecraft, Ark Survival Evolved, Conan Exiles, Farming Simulator, Scum, Deadside, Terraria, Astroneer, Assetto Corsa, Competizione. There's lots and lots and lots of games. I could literally be here all afternoon talking about how many games that we actually have. But if you're here live now and you're wondering what is in store for this afternoon, well, I'll tell you. I'll have to get my phone out because I've written some notes to make sure that I remember absolutely everything. So later on, well, just shortly after this little intro here, we are going to be showing a short video that was filmed earlier this week with myself and the CEO Roberto Omazelli, where we talk about private game servers versus peer-to-peer and how private game servers can help a game studio and all the many benefits that come with a private game server with the game life durability of that video game. Shortly after that, a little video again from me where I will be discussing how the video game industry looks today because of private game servers. No spoiler alert, so I'm not going to give you too much information on that. You'll have to watch it. It will be on in about 20-25 minutes. And then straight after that, we have 2 games that we are going to be showcasing this afternoon. If you have already watched us, then you may have already seen these games, or you may actually have never even heard of them. But either way, I strongly recommend having a watch this afternoon, where we are going to show Frozen Flame by Dreamside. That game is going to be launched in beta on September the 15th. So it's a 2-hour session, so by all means please stay around to watch that. And then straight after that we're going to be showing a game called Ray Polly, which is a fantastic game made by Hinkfoot Studios. It is actually available currently on our website if you want to go and rent your own private game server from there. And then to wrap up the day, we're going to be showcasing our control panel, showing you how to rent a private game server and a brief overview to tailor it to your own needs, all via our own very own website. So if you, like I said, you are watching right now live and you're on a Devcom site, please, and you want to speak to us, then either drop a comment or click the Let's Talk Now button in the bottom right hand corner. You can organise to have a meeting with me. If you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, then just drop a comment and we'll have a chat a little bit later. Anyway, that's enough from me right now, so I'm going to flip to a short video about why private game servers are superior to peer-to-peer and how they help with your game life durability. See you in a minute. And we are back. Hello there, welcome back. And well, let's just start off by let's talk about Frozen Flames.
Yeah, amazing game.
What a game!
And it looks quite polished. It has been alpha footage. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So just to clarify that this game isn't even on beta yet. Beta is September the 15th, I believe it's touted for.
Exactly.
So that is Well, I mean, we were talking about this earlier,
Yeah.
and you said something like, forgive me if I got it slightly wrong, but you said in your experience of dealing with games that are coming out.
Exactly. This is one of the most polished games in recent years. Not even early access games has been somewhere near that. So that looks really amazing. It's highly polished already. I've played it. This is one of the first games in that state that I spent more than 4 or 5 hours playing it. So it's really, you can get addicted to it.
Oh, it's a good game. I mean, the 2 hours that was obviously that was my voice. That was me playing. But those 2 hours just flew by. It was just going around the different biomes in the map and just experiencing how the game plays slightly differently, and then seeing those elementals. Did you see the rock and the ice
snowballs?
And I'm really excited about this game. And, you know, obviously from the GPORTAL perspective, I think it's going to be a great game. But as a player, for me, this is a game that I definitely know I will play myself. Yeah,
definitely. So I'm really looking forward to it. As said before, beta is about to start on the 15th of September, and they plan to have it released somewhere in November, December, Steam Early Access. So we're really looking forward to it. It has great elements in the game, and and of course private servers. So.
Absolutely, yes, indeed, yes, absolutely. And so, guys, if you have any questions whatsoever about Frozen Flame, then by all means, please drop them in chat. If you've got any questions about private game servers in general, throw them our way, and we'll see what we can do about answering those questions. I just wanted to very quickly geek out about Frozen Flame and just say how excited I am for that game, because I generally am.
Yeah, me too.
So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fill the space for a second.
Important for the success of a multiplayer online game. So
brilliant, that's fantastic. Could you just say that again for me, because I've just hit record?
Okay, we're talking about private servers and why they are so important for the success of online multiplayer games, and
so that is the essence of our next talk. So for the next sort of 20 minutes, we're going to talk about private game servers and why, I'm just literally just repeating what you just said, why they pretty much should be on every development roadmap for any multiplayer game.
Yeah, definitely should be.
And I suppose there is a caveat to that. And I suppose before we go any further, yes, we understand that there are certain types of games that don't need private game servers for a multiplayer experience. You know, turn-based strategies. I think you said simulation.
Simulation. So such as Satisfactory, for example, they have a peer-to-peer approach. It could make sense to have maybe also private servers for this game. Maybe they have it on the roadmap. We will see. However, there are pros and cons between peer-to-peer and private servers.
So a little, I suppose, sneak peek of what might come up later on this week, or will come up later this week, is we are going to be talking about private game servers and how they have changed the industry. But we're not going to talk about that today. What we're actually going to talk about is the specific reasons why a game studio should be using private game servers in their next game. And we're going to break it down into 3 segments. So we're going to talk about sort of gamer experience, then communities, and then finally the third aspect we're going to talk about is game life durability.
Yeah, very important.
Indeed, absolutely. So we'll start off with game experience. So I suppose the go-to method at this moment in time for many studios. Now there are plenty of studios that still use private game servers and dedicated game servers, but there are still a lot that use peer-to-peer.
Exactly.
And for anyone who's watching, I don't know if Roberto, if you want to just briefly just explain what peer-to-peer is for anybody who doesn't know what that is.
So basically, you start your game, you click on host a multiplayer game, it will start up the game. It will start up basically like a dedicated server in the background. So you are the host for your friends wanted to join with you and play on the same map, and you can have settings there too, and choose between different values, of course, but in the end you're the host. So basically your PC, your broadband connection at home will serve other players around the globe or nearby to host that game.
So essentially, and that's not just PC, that's any device with a multiplayer experience. If your Xbox, your PlayStations, your Switches, part of the hardware on that device has to be segregated from the game to be able to run the multiplayer experience. So from a hardware side of things, it's already, you can assume that the games aren't going to be using 100% of the operating system.
No, it's shared resources they will need, but let's start with the pros. So of course it's convenient. You start the game, you press the button, host your game, and you immediately join the server, and maybe friends can join through friends list or whatever the technique behind is to follow your mate and play together with him. So and it's cost efficiency. So
the cost efficiency is up front, because yes, it doesn't cost anything up front, but you lose out later on down the line.
That's true, but we will come to that later on. And the cons, of course, is you have the broadband connection. So basically this just works for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players at the same time, and then it will begin to struggle to have a synchronization between each players with their broadband connection with the people, the person hosting the game, basically. And so we all had the experience with many different games in the past using peer-to-peer, where you got disconnected, or the host for some reason disconnected, PC shut down, whatever, and everyone loses the connection, and and you have to start over again. So this could be a hassle, of course, and has some downside on the game experience as well.
I suppose from the a recent experience of mine that I saw, as you know, I'm a little bit of a Formula 1 fan, and I was missing out on it this year because of everything that's been going on in the world. And I was so relieved to see that they were actually going to be hosting virtual Grand Prix. Real life drivers.
At least they tried.
Playing the official game. Don't ruin the story. There was the likes of Charles Leclerc, Alex Albon, Lando Norris. These are all Formula 1 drivers who are currently, who are getting paid millions of pounds, but they're playing the official game it was a Sunday evening to a host of, to an audience of millions, essentially, around the world. And unfortunately, because the F1 game uses peer-to-peer, there were issues. One of which was Lando Norris, who was actually streaming the game himself, disconnected from the game, or got booted out.
Not only once, but many
several times. Not only on 1 week either. It was on a number of weeks. He lost. He couldn't qualify for one of the races. Then there was a hashtag going around Twitter at the time called LandoBot, because his car was AI for about half the race. And then the second or third time it happened to him, bless him, he actually live on stream rage quit. Uninstalled the game.
Live on TV. So it was. So that's what I'm talking about. So peer-to-peer has its upside, but too many downsides.
I mean, the perfect storm for peer-to-peer. Storm's probably a bad word for it, but it's basically where you get the absolute, totally unique circumstances that hardly ever happen. So for peer-to-peer to work, it needs to be a small lobby. Everybody who's playing needs to be in the same region.
Should be.
And they all need to have amazing internet with being stable as well. So that means basically no one else on that person's internet streaming Netflix or something like that. And as we know, that never happens. I mean, we're not just talking from the business point of view. As players ourselves, we've experienced so many times issues with P2P games.
Exactly.
Games.
So So we've
Yeah.
been all struggling already with peer-to-peer and such. So that's why we talk about private game servers, and dedicated server itself. So.
Exactly. So we'll jump onto that in just a second. But just to sort of, I suppose, just to explain a little bit further, if one person is having an issue with their internet connection, with peer-to-peer, it isn't just that one person who experiences problems.
The weakest chain in this multiplayer experience will dictate the performance for everyone.
Yes,
so this is common nature in peer-to-peer.
Heaven forbid they're the host. that just ruins the game for everybody. Yeah. But there's examples I've seen like on like first-person shooter games where the opposing player you're trying to shoot is there. Then there. Then there.
Yeah, hitbox and player characters are not even on the same hitbox. They go different, and it's just a hassle.
Absolutely.
Like we said before,
So they're all. If you imagine like this big spider web of players connected to other players, and you get one person that has an issue, everybody else is connected in some way.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas a dedicated game server, or more specifically a private game server is what we're talking about, you have that piece of hardware that is looking after the game, and everyone else has their own individual connection.
All the package, all the information to everyone. It's like you said, it's normally hosted inside a data center with amazing bandwidth and connections. So. Low latency network usually, so this shouldn't happen in a dedicated server environment.
So I mean, there's just straight up there, what we're just talking about is gamer experience. There are so many games that I have seen over the years that have struggled because people have bad online experiences.
Of course, you can turn your entire game apart with a bad online experience. You can have amazing gameplay, everything is perfect, and then people want to play together and they just can't. So what should they do?
Exactly.
So Lando Norris experience.
Rage quit. Don't be another Lando Norris.
Rage quit the game and deinstalled mainly the entire game. And
Fantastic.
we don't want to let that happen.
No, we don't. We do not want that to happen. So I suppose the next sort of thing I want to talk about as a benefit was the community side of things. And we talked to a number of different studios, and both pretty much everybody who works at GPORTAL is a gamer. We're all massive gamers, so we're all always up to speed with what's going on in the industry, and we know that so many studios spend huge amounts of time these days trying to build these communities to help keep their game ticking along after launch. And with private game servers, you get instantly one type of community, and then you get another type of community, which we'll mention in a moment. But a private game server, you automatically get a clan, a group, or a club renting their own private game server.
Yeah, exactly. So people who wants to play together, some of them just want to administrate everything for their community. So everything is possible with private servers. You can have one server, many servers. You can interconnect them with each other. So there are literally no borders. And you can configure them. You have them on powerful bare metal systems inside a local nearby data center with low latency. There are other burdens that brings a dedicated server with it, of course, like DDoS protection. You won't face those issues in a peer-to-peer environment, but as we said this morning, we already solved it. So with GPORTAL Suite, I don't know how to call it, but we have solved this problem as well, and we have connected literally every single eyeball provider in different countries
Yeah.
to our low latency network, so latency latency be a problem at all. It benefits the entire game.
Yeah.
So this is basically, and with the amazing control panel we have in place, you can do everything. It will take care of everything.
Yeah.
If there is an update, it will auto update your game. You won't even notice.
Yeah.
So
I love the fact that you have so much control over the user experience, over the player experience. So, you know, if you're playing like a survival game, hardcore survival game, you can increase like your day-night cycles or your loot or something like that.
Every multiplayer you can imagine, you can scale.
Yes.
Nearly infinite.
Possibilities are endless.
Yeah, but ending up with millions of dinosaurs on an arc map could have a negative impact on the performance in the end. But there are no boundaries at all. So you can configure whatever you want. And one big impact or downside also for peer-to-peer is the host has to be online all the time. So playing with your friends means the host has to be there, or at least have his PC running all the time. He needs an ISP at home that doesn't disconnect him, not change IP addresses. Otherwise it will just disconnect and he has to restart the game.
Well, there's also reports of, I don't know how true this is, but there's also reports, certainly in the UK where I live, if you're using a lot of your broadband, that your provider will start turning
start throttling it. That's a possibility that could happen. And while you watch when you start watching Disney Plus or Netflix, while your host is up and running, I don't believe that the other party playing on your server is enjoying it too much when you steal him the entire bandwidth.
No, I'm just touching on what you just mentioned there about someone have to be online to play with. I'm currently in Germany at the moment, helping to do this, and I live in the UK. I've promised my son, because he's a huge Minecraft fan, massive Minecraft fan. Exactly. I've promised him that we'll play together at some point over probably next weekend. And I can't play unless he's playing, because his world, everything that he's designed, his castles, his buildings, all this sort of stuff, is all on his Xbox. So until he fires up his Xbox, I can't join that game. So I was like, it wouldn't be great if I went and built something as a surprise for him. I can't do it.
No, you can't. You have to wait for him to come online. So this isn't enough to just come online. He has to start the game and host again this game you started with him. So with dedicated server, your server would run 24/7. You don't have to take care of. We will patch it automatically. So another issue, if the host itself hasn't the latest patch and you're running on a different version, you can't join. So we will make sure about all this, and that's all have a negative impact on game experience.
And these communities, these are fans, and they're like, it's almost like, have you ever seen like a little bowl of sugar or a watery sugar you put down in the summertime? You get all these wasps. You can imagine like that's like your community, and you get all these different fans of the game. They sort of come to it, and they start to like build more and more of a fan base behind that game. And then they start streaming about it, making YouTube videos about it sometimes, and posting about it on social media.
And people love to play on your server because of the settings you put in, because of the administration and all the other efforts you put into your server. So you enjoy the game every time a completely different way with another server you join, because everyone has its settings and own values. So it's like playing a new game.
Yes, absolutely it is. And just on that as well, I mean, we'll move quickly on to, so actually it was quite a nice little smooth transition, which I'm ruining by talking about the transition. But modding communities, that's the other type of community. Well, I mean, it's like, where do you even start to talk about them? They're just these. You take the fans of a game, and then you take them to another level.
Yeah, exactly. You let the entire community, everyone who loves the game, creates their own game experience around it. So usually you have the vanilla game experience, and be honest, it gets boring after a while. So with modding, with building own maps, with own plugins, including different creatures you create, you can have complete own game, like a complete conversion of the game you love to play. It's still in the same universe, so it still takes place in the settings you love. But on the other hand, you have your own mods, and you can combine it. And let's pick Cone Exiles or Ark, for instance. People are running around with nearly 60, 70, 80 different mods at the same time on the same server. And there are more than 4,000 different mods out there, so the combination is infinite. So, and with every new setting or modification, this completely new game, and
it brings a whole new experience.
Exactly, and this increased player retention by far.
Huge.
So it just goes skyrocket.
I mean, just imagine, right? You are an average size studio. You've got a few hundred people, right, working on your project for your game. You spent the last, it takes 4 or 5 years to develop a game these days, isn't it? So you spent the last 5 years developing that game, but your resources aren't infinite. At some point you have to go, right, okay, game needs to be launched now, and either we work on downloads, DLCs, expansion packs, or go on to the next project.
You have to do trades off to your roadmap. To your features, maybe including some DLCs, new NPCs, new characters, whatever.
With that modding community, now you have hundreds, thousands.
You have an army.
An army of people modding that game and tailoring it. And some of these mods, they deviate in quality, but some of them are so good that they actually get taken on by the game studio and made into DLC.
Exactly.
Or official mods.
For instance, if you pick Ark and there are different maps, there have been already several maps included to the official game.
That's a great example. Another example is Minecraft. Look at Minecraft, what it looks like now. A lot of it's down to modifications. If you look at all the mods that lead prior to the new updates,
there are hundreds of new games. So with Minecraft, so this is huge. And if you look back in history, pick DayZ for example. It's been
we're going to be talking about that in a few days' time.
sorry, but let me finish it. DayZ, for instance, has been a mod for Arma, and now it became a standalone. Counter-Strike as well. It's been a mod for Half-Life.
I'm going to have to take your DayZ and go one better. So DayZ, there was a mod. DayZ was a mod of Arma 2. Then there was a mod of DayZ called DayZ Battle Royale.
That's true.
Which then got made into a standalone game called PUBG.
This is how things can evolve during time. And if you see, PUBG has gone huge. It's one of the biggest Battle Royale games of all times. And then you see games like Fortnite adopting certain characteristics of the game and being even more successful. So this is what modding means for the entire gaming industry. So that's why it's so important.
Absolutely.
And everything can just take place with private servers.
Yes, indeed. So that sort of brings us on to the last aspect of why private game servers should be part of every multiplayer experience, is game life durability. So if I said to you, right, just imagine a normal game, nothing special about it, just your typical game. It's P2P orchestration. Okay, where is the peak player count going to be in that lifespan of that game?
After release, and probably the first and second weekend, and that's it. Unless they do something, if they change the game or release new content or that sort of thing. The older the game gets,
the less amount of players.
You will have some peaks, of course, with new DLCs and major
game goes
updates
on sale or something like that.
Yeah, for instance, but that's it. It will just go down.
Absolutely. So when you introduce private game servers and you get that community straight away, the first community that I was talking about, your clans, your groups, and your clubs, the ones who love that game, who keep playing that game, who are making content about that game.
Exactly.
It keeps your player count up.
Yeah, it's of course player retention will be high.
Yes.
And they may go to different games and check them out and play them for a couple of days or weeks, but they will always return. Yeah. They will always return because of the experience you have, because of the multiple settings and mods you can have with it, and you will always return.
Absolutely.
So Conan Exiles, Ark, Minecraft, you will see they will last for years.
Oh, Minecraft's been around for 10 years.
Yeah. So if you compare to other games, for instance, Battlefield, you see they have to bring every year or every 2 years a new game to keep their player base.
That's very, very true. When I obviously talking about private game servers, obviously dedicated game servers, that's where you get that better game experience, that better online experience. So that typical lifespan of that P2P game, you're also, within those people you're losing those people who have bad online experiences. Then you can go another step further. Then you add the other community that we were talking about, the modding community, and you see something very strange, very unique happen to that life durability. No longer does it decrease; it starts to increase, doesn't it?
That's true. Yeah, and you never know what happens out of one mod that it could leverage and your entire game. So maybe the core game has a few players, and then there comes up a modification that makes it skyrocket. Then people start playing just because of this modification. Yes. So
just as for a couple of, I can't remember the exact numbers, so I won't quote them exactly. But upon launch, no, the numbers have gone from my head completely. So I'll tell you this: in 2017, when Ark Survival Evolved launched,
it was 2015.
That was an early access. I'm talking about full official release.
Yeah, okay.
It had an average / mixed review on it. A good amount of players, not world breaking, not astonishing or anything like that.
No, it was okay.
We are now 3 years later from the official release, and player count has doubled. I'm not talking about just peak, but actual average, day to day, week to week, month to month. It's doubled. And that is down to the many mods that are available for that game.
People are still playing and enjoying this game. Yes. They bring out one DLC per year.
Well, it's got freaking dinosaurs, you know.
That's true. But with all the new maps, with all the DLCs they have in place, with all the introductions of new mods and so on and so forth, they have the player retention, and they increased their player base by far, and they can leverage it also for the next title that will come out probably next or the year after. So that's what I'm saying. And all comes down to private servers and the ability to have your own game experience in the end.
Yes, absolutely. So just to recap what we've just been talking about, basically the subject of this was all multiplayer game experiences should be private game servers. With that, you get the enhanced gaming experience. You get the communities that drive your concurrent players. And also then you get, because of those two elements, you get a longer game life or better game life durability.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm back. Good evening and welcome back to me and to you. Guys, it's been a few hours since I've actually been live talking in front of camera. I do have to apologise for a couple of issues. If you have stayed online for the entirety, you would have noticed the odd thing going slightly wrong. One being I have incredibly, actually they don't look that fat, but I do have fat fingers, especially when it comes to keyboards, and I pressed the wrong button and I've restarted some gameplay footage, unfortunately. And then we also did have a horrific storm, middle of the afternoon, that completely interrupted the stream. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Anyway, so if you have anything to say, if you've got any comments whatsoever about private game servers or about Ray Polly, the game that we showed off this afternoon, then please drop them in chat. And hello to Tudan TV, thank you for tuning in. You're about to witness a little bit of storytelling. So, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes discussing about private game servers and how they have moulded the game industry, and how the game industry looks like it does today predominantly because of private game servers. So, I'm going to cast your mind back to a game called Half-Life. Fantastic, a great first-person story-led game, really, really good, and not many people know that Counter-Strike was actually a mod of that game. As we know, Counter-Strike became an incredible force, where it was potentially one of the biggest, well, it was the biggest sort of first-person shooter type game that was used in esports, and we are talking over 10 years ago now. But that game came from a mod, came from a private game server, and without a private game server, you wouldn't have got Counter-Strike. But that's just a little bookmark in history of private game servers and mods and where it all fits together. Because the next game I'm going to talk to you about is, well, it's the biggest game in the world. It's of course Minecraft, and Minecraft arguably wouldn't be anywhere near as popular as it is now if it wasn't for private game servers. And you're probably going, well, what do you mean, Damien? What are you talking about? You know, Minecraft is a huge game played by millions of people around the world, purchased by tens of millions of people, and I'll break it down. So Minecraft has sort of like 4 key pillars to the game. The first one being it's a survival game. Okay. The second being discoverability. Third, creativity. Fourth, freedom. Now, if you take away the survival aspect, a private game server enhances discoverability, creativity, and freedom in almost infinite ways. There are so many modifications of that game that are out now that it's just incredible. It just where you would load up a new game of Minecraft, and every time you load up, if you ask Minecraft to create a new world, they're always different, and that's your discoverability, you know, that of the game. Just imagine if you hop onto a private game server where someone's actually created a whole world. You know, I've listed a couple here. If you wanted to go and, I don't know, battle for the Iron Throne in Westeros, you can. Go and visit the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. You can. Fight zombies in The Walking Dead. Yep, you can do that too. Or battle fight for the ring that rules them all in Middle-earth. Guess what? All available with private game servers. There are worlds out there that people have created. There are game modes out there that people... I remember visiting a place in Nottingham, which is in the UK, a few years ago, and I played a battle royale in Minecraft on a private game server, which is absolutely incredible. So you have that, obviously, that discoverability with all these different private game servers. You have that freedom as well, because There are so many different mods and skins and stuff like that now that are downloadable for that game that you can actually manipulate your own experience. So, for instance, just to give an example of a different type of experience, you get ray tracing now in Minecraft. Now, ray tracing aside, a lot of the stuff that is brought into Minecraft these days is either influenced or has come straight from a modification of that game. So different textures, or working in the Ender dimension, or all those sort of things, all originated really from private game servers. I was very recently on a looking for some of the best private game servers out there, and I found one that I was compelled actually to go and show it to my family because my son, my daughter, my wife, my in-laws, my sister-in-law, my niece, they were all absolutely in awe of a private game server that I had found running a version of Minecraft that had been a world that had been built during the last 5 years and is still being built today. What I'll do after this, I'll try and drop a link into chat, so if you want to check it out, by all means go ahead. Basically, there are a number of people working in a team that have spent the last 5 years building Disney World. And that's Florida Disney World. And it's not just Magical Kingdom or anything like that. This is all of the park. And not like a scaled down version as well. This is 1:1 scale of the entire park. So we're talking Animal Kingdom, we're talking Hollywood Studios, Epcot, Magic Kingdom, all to a 1:1 scale. And what's even more incredible about this server is that all the rides, you can actually go on them, and they've even got like a plug-in for the music and the audio that you'd experience as you go on that ride. Again, not possible without a private game server. So all these different things that, if you take away all these different mods, all these different worlds, and all these different scenarios that could be created with private game servers, you're left with a very core and raw version of Minecraft. And I would argue till the cows come home that it wouldn't be anywhere near as popular if it wasn't for private game servers. And now, changing the subject slightly, I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. So hopefully you're sitting comfortably as I talk to you now about a little bit of history about private game servers and how they have changed the way in which the video game industry looks right now. So I'm going to take you back to, I believe, about 2009, 2010. I might be a year or so out, so don't blame me if I am wrong, because I've just said I might be. And there was a game called Arma 2 that came out. Now, this is actually a game that I played myself. I was really quite into it. And I even started watching a few different streams about it in the very early days of influencers, and I actually became aware after I started watching one of my favourite influencers. I actually became aware of several mods to this particular game where there were different types of vehicles and safe zones and camps, and if you don't know what it is, Arma 2 is essentially it's an open world military simulation that you could either run in third perspective or first perspective. And all these different types of mods that were coming through on private game servers were running variations of this game, modding the game to make it play better or in different ways, and you had all these different types of unique and strange ways in which the game potentially could be played. But this one particular influencer I was watching, one day I noticed there were zombies in the game, and I was like, hang on a minute, I've played this game myself. Where did they come from? And it was a mod of this game that was called DayZ, or Daisy Epoch, in actual fact. And essentially, it was Arma 2, but they had put zombies in there. And so not only did you have to fight against other players who could literally kill you and take your stuff, but you also had these zombies who were just as fast as you at running, and you had to keep yourself, you had to feed yourself, you had to drink and all that sort of thing, and it was a very, very good experience. And in actual fact, it was something that I jumped on straight away, and I was playing myself a lot. That game was so popular as a mod, it actually became a standalone game, which is actually a game you can still play today. You can play it on PC, you can play it on Xbox. It's created by a gentleman called Dean Hall, and at the time, in actual fact, there was, I don't know if you guys remember, if you paid that much attention to the industry back then, but there was... Yes, you're quite right. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chudan. I was very late to reading that comment. You were quite right. It became DayZ. But it influenced so many games back then as well. There were just zombie survival games popping up left, right, and centre. In actual fact, it was like, oh, there's another survival game coming out, and it's got zombies in it. Oh, how original. But, there were other games. H1Z1 is another good example. So that is an example of how private game servers have actually helped make another game, we already talked about Counter-Strike, but another game as well, become its own standalone as well. But the story doesn't stop there, because DayZ was a mod of Arma 2, and then there was another mod that started floating around in 2012, I believe. And this mod was heavily influenced by a Japanese film called Battle Royale, and it was called DayZ Battle Royale. And essentially what happened was you started and you were in a plane, and you jumped out of the plane, and you landed on a very small island, and you had to kill the other players, and the last one standing was the winner. Sound familiar? So this game was created by another player called Brendan Green, who, if you haven't realised already, his gamer name is Player Unknown, and that mod of a mod became so successful that it was the birth of Player Unknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG. And if you just look at the biggest games that are in the market right now, they are heavily influenced by PUBG. Fortnite is pretty much a copy of PUBG with a building element to it, it's heavily influenced by PUBG. And the latest Modern Warfare game, Modern Warfare Warzone, is also a sort of a survival battle royale type game. So these are two of the biggest games in the market right now that wouldn't have happened if there wasn't private game servers. And this is still happening right now. So you think, oh, okay, well, maybe the industry's moved on. No, private game servers are still being used by modders all the time, and there are new and unique versions of games that are being created daily. Some of which the studios have taken on board and are actually making them official mods. But yeah, if you have a game that has a private or has dedicated and private game servers, have a look to see if there's any mods, because if there are mods, then you'll probably have a very new and unique experience of playing a game that you're already familiar playing with. So there we go. So there's some examples. We have got Counter-Strike, we have Minecraft, and then we have Fortnite and Warzone and PUBG, all of which have been heavily influenced by private game servers. Hello Devcom, this is Damien Reed from GPORTAL. We are back with some more gameplay, and today we're showing a game called Frozen Flame by a studio called Dreamside Interactive, and today I'm joined by Max, who is the lead game designer for the game. Would you like to say hello, Max?
Hi everybody.
We are in, well, I suppose to start with, Max, did you want to sort of explain what the style of the game, the genre, where it sits?
This is a little bit of a strange one because there's like a pretty big mix of everything in here. Well, a lot of things, but mostly we're focused on survival and with sort of RPG system, and kind of Dark Souls-like combat system, if you will.
Yeah. It's as you can already see, it is a stunning game to look at, and the crazy thing about it, we are still in early access, which is, I think it's an impressive game, and then to take that into account, it's even more impressive. So what I wanted to ask, Dreamside Interactive. Sorry, I was going to say.
Yeah, a slight correction. We're not actually in early access yet.
No. I just realised when this goes out, this will be a month or so before early access. So I'll edit that little bit out. No worries.
Okay.
Okay. So Max, Dreamside Interactive. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the studio?
Well, the studio has existed in Russia for almost 8 years now. However, this is like its flagship title, and it's the first PC game that is going to be releasing.
Right.
So the studios does have experience releasing commercially successful games. Like this isn't our first rodeo. However, this is like the first game of this caliber that we've been trying to make.
And what about the concept for the game? Where did that come from?
Well, we were kind of, sitting around, talking to each other, sharing our gameplay experiences.
Yeah.
And realized that there was kind of something that we were missing from our own libraries of games that we would like to play. Something that would give you like a more exploration RPG experience. But that you could play with friends. Something like Skyrim or Breath of the Wild, but one that you could play with other people.
Yeah. So this is almost like a mashup of all your favorite games.
Not exactly. I mean, there is kind of several core themes that are running through the game that are slightly different than anything else you'd encounter on the market. So, for example, one of the biggest things you'll be doing in this game is actually surviving against, trying to survive against harsh environments.
Yeah.
So we start you off in a relatively safe zone where you'll get, your almost classic RPG experience. But then as you start pushing out towards the edges of the world, you're going to start encountering areas where it will become harder and harder to survive. So you will have to procure tools that will allow you to survive in those areas. So, for example, you might have an area that is filled with poisonous gas, and it's going to be like, it's not going to be a small cave or anything like that. It's going to be a fully fledged large gameplay area with poison gas.
Wow.
Different pockets of the poison gas, which might act on you differently, which might have different severity. And then you'll have to find tools in the rest of the world that will help you survive that environment and achieve your goals inside that environment.
It certainly sounds like an ambitious project. I've seen some of the art design work for the monsters and various different creatures that you can hunt and also fight. Where's the inspiration come for some of these? Because I think, like, for instance, one of them, something you can destroy to get a little bit of loot from is what appears to be plant pots or something. They're not plant pots, but you know what I mean. I'm pretty sure you know which ones I'm on about. They're like almost like vases or something like that have legs.
That's actually a monster that was mashed together just as a prototype.
Yeah.
We were just experimenting, we wanted to have a mimic in the game. So, and we thought like chests were kind of becoming overused as mimics, so we thought, what else could we do? Right, then we kind of, came up with the idea that basically practically any resource node can become a mimic if we wanted to. So it can be a stone, a vase, a chest, whatever we want it to be, a tree, like anything can be a mimic. So we tested that idea out. A lot of players actually liked the fact that different objects in the world that look like other objects that are lootable can become mimics, and so we decided to run with it. Like, we don't have the full complement of monsters for mimicking all of the resource nodes, but some of them we already do, and we're going to kind of expand on that theme further. In terms of other monster designs, well, we usually just look at the environment the monster occupies and what kind of role that monster could fulfill in that environment. So, for example, we have the standard cursed monsters. Right, we can actually.
These are the dark-colored guys with the big eyes and.
If you, I don't know, find me, come to my location, we can just go to. There you are.
I think we're facing each other.
Yeah. Come over here. I'm just going to show you the cursed guys. Well, you and the viewers, obviously.
Yeah. And what are these guys called?
They're the cursed. They're just the cursed. Yeah. These guys, yeah. The archers, the hatchet men.
Yeah. They are...
Like, these are basically our generic world enemy. You'll find cursed all over the game world.
Yeah.
Protecting certain areas. Right, and these are the guys you'll have to fight most of the time. We have different variations of the cursed enemies. These are just the basic types: the hatchet man, the archer, and the mage.
Yes.
And we also have kind of develop on each of those themes. There are more advanced mages, more advanced melee, cursed. And later, much later in the game, you'll start kind of seeing hybridized cursed creatures. Like
really?
Yeah, so animals.
Yeah.
And even big monsters. Some of the bosses in our game are also cursed monsters.
Wow.
So, yeah, and these are the guys that are going to comprise most of the encounters. And they're also, apart from the cursed monsters, there are also different creatures inhabiting our world. And so usually they fill a particular role. So, for example, our elementals are challenging resource nodes, basically. There are resource nodes that you mine not through, your standard crafting progression, and with tools you just do it with weapons. They're very tough to kill. You have to be very well prepared, but they give you a lot of resources that you can use for crafting. For example,
I was going to say, I've as you can see, I've been playing it a little bit myself. I'm rank 11 now, and I've probably died. I've probably died a dozen times getting to that rank. It's not. And this is not to put anybody off, but it's not a game. It's not immediately an easy game. I suppose it's as easy as you can make it. I suppose if you want to attack these guys, then you have to face the consequences. But you can also stay away from them as well to an extent.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of gameplay built into the game that doesn't require you to enter combat. You can progress pretty far into the crafting trees and to the exploration part of the game without having to swing your sword or cast spells. But combat is still a very big part of the game. You're not going to be able to avoid it entirely. And it does tend to be pretty difficult. So we wanted the combat system to be challenging, but at the same time fair.
Yes. Yeah, rewarding. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and also, we wanted to make the combat feel like if you died, then you could always find, you know,
Yeah.
the mistake that you made. Like
Yes.
maybe the mistake was going too early into a zone with enemies that are too powerful for you.
Yeah.
Or maybe missing the timings on your attacks, or maybe not understanding how the monster works properly. And also, like, it's always on us to make sure that the monster behaves in a kind of predictable and systemic manner, so that the player always feels like they died not because of some arbitrary random number generation that the game made, but
Yeah.
because they themselves made a mistake.
It's their fault. Yeah. So the game doesn't screw them over; they screw themselves, basically.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
That's the hope. Yeah. I mean, at least like we're trying to target a combat system that works in that way.
Yeah. We've obviously since we've been talking, it's now become nighttime, and the game looks incredibly different at nighttime than it does during the daytime. Where there are certain things that glow. I don't know if you got the influence from, for instance, Pandora from Avatar, but like the butterflies now that I'm walking around in, they're all glowing, which are really, really cool. It just gives the game so much atmosphere, and it feels completely different at night time. It's an incredibly cool game, cool looking game.
This is actually, there's also gameplay implications to this. First of all, during nighttime, you'll have different environmental effects in different zones that will kind of appear and disappear based on time of day.
Yeah.
There will be also monsters that appear only during nighttime, and as you said, the glowing effects actually make finding points of interest easier at night. So there's actually extra meaning to exploration during nighttime. There are things you will be able to see during the night that you won't be able to see during the day.
Right.
And this is actually intentional.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I suppose what we could do, we could actually go through some of the building and crafting mechanics, if you want.
Yeah, sure. Let me just kind of advance my character a little bit. Okay, where are you? I'll get you on the map. Just let me check. Okay, there you are. Okay, I'm coming your way.
Oh, I'm being attacked. Didn't realise that.
Okay, let's go somewhere where it's a little bit safer than
here.
Okay, all right, follow me. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to gather up a little bit of resources. First, we're going to build a small house that we can build a couple of chests in, dump all of our stuff there. And then put down a crafting table and demonstrate some of the crafting that goes on in the game. Okay, so what kind of recipes do you have unlocked currently?
I have. I can build a campfire. So, are you going for a primitive, archaic? I've got primitive and archaic unlocked, and in relation to when I press Q, I can build. I don't know what that's called, to be honest. I think it's it's the protection. What is it?
You can hold down Q and it will actually give you a radial menu with all of the names for the different
Yeah,
building
foundation
modules.
with sentinel. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So I can build the wooden foundations, walls, stairs, wooden roof, fence, and pillars.
Okay, so our crafting and building systems are a little separate from each other. So the building system currently doesn't have any limitations on the modules, as long as you have the resources for those modules. So it doesn't require you to unlock anything.
Yeah.
Just as long as you have all the required resources, then you can build. And modules are generally work like this. You place it down.
Yeah, we're building next to. Sorry, we're building next to this guy over here.
Yeah. Okay. Let's kill him.
There's 2. There's a few.
Okay, let's go build somewhere else then. Right, so in terms of gathering resources, there are 3 ways of doing this. So you can just go up to a resource and gather it if it gives you the prompt, like
it'll glow.
Yeah. And there's also, like, you can chop down trees with an axe and mine stone with a pickaxe. Well, it's fairly standard stuff, actually.
Yes, yeah.
For, like, modern day survival games. But okay, so you can place down the foundation, and then actually, yeah, okay, so, and then if you go up to the foundation in building mode, you'll see there's an upgrade thing. So you can upgrade your modules through this menu as long as you have the resources. And currently we have 3 tiers available. It's the wooden tier, the reinforced wooden tier, and the stone tier.
Right.
And obviously, as we continue developing the game, the amount of upgrade paths is going to increase. And the amount of tiers is also going to increase. But currently we have the 3 tiers in the game. And so this is basically like a standard loop for a survival game. You go out, you gather resources, you come home, you expand your house, build upon it. And the house performs like 3 major functions. It protects you from environmental effects.
Okay.
It allows you to store stuff in it safely, because you have limited inventory space. And obviously it protects your stuff from other players. Yeah. Because there's raiding you can raid other people's homes in the game.
Okay. Yes, I noticed that I'm starting to get cold.
Yeah, you can build a campfire, throw wood in it, just warm yourself up. Should be fairly intuitive stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I'm just gonna, if you chop down enough trees to build a couple of chests.
Okay.
And then I'll mine the wood that we need for a workshop.
Oh, I'm fully laden. I'm carrying too much stuff. Right. What am I making? A chest? Wooden crate?
Yep.
Okay. I think I've just seen you. Is that you leveling up?
No, that's me actually unlocking recipes.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. We currently have the same effect for those 2 things, but we're going to separate them a little later down the line. Okay, I'm just going to go level up, because leveling up gives you memory shards that allow you to unlock recipes.
Okay.
And in our game, you can also explore and find monoliths and examine those monoliths to receive memory stones, memory shards with which you also unlock recipes. So basically, there are two ways of progressing through the crafting tree technology trees: by leveling up and by through exploration.
Okay, I'm gonna continue building our house.
Okay.
Nope, not enough resources.
It does go a little slowly in the early game, like while you're getting to grips with it, because like the earliest tools are fairly, well, pretty bad in.
Yeah, so I've noticed that it's about how many. I don't know how many trees it is before your axe is done for, but yeah, I think I've just built a new axe recently, and it's down to 60%.
Yeah. They don't chop. You are unable to chop down that many trees with a primitive axe. You also like it's about 2 times slower than the next axe that you're capable of building.
I see. Okay.
So like this really starts going faster and faster as you progress.
Yeah.
And also, like better tools actually allow you to mine rarer resources from the ordinary resource nodes. So we have resource quality in our game. So, for example, trees can drop ordinary logs or like better logs, essentially.
Okay.
Right, and then you can use those different types of wood or different types of different quality of wood in crafting recipes.
Yeah. So whilst we're leveling up, let's talk a little bit about Dreamside Interactive. So how long has the studio been going for now?
Well, in its current composition, about 3 years. It's changed, like a lot of its, a lot of the people that were working in the studio, previous to Frozen Flame, have moved on to other studios, other projects, because Dreamside used to be known like as a different studio. It had a different name.
Yeah.
It also used to work on mobile projects mostly.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And did a lot of outsourcing for other studios. So a lot of people have moved on to other things.
Yeah.
But like the core of the team has remained pretty much unchanged since its inception.
Right. Cool. And where do you see the future of Dreamside? Where do you see where do you see what lies in the future for you? Do you think?
Well, that depends on whether this project is even marginally successful or not. Like if we manage to stay afloat after Frozen Flame gets released, there's going to be like years and years and years of work on this project going forward, because like it's a game that has been planned as a very long-term project since its very inception.
Okay.
All right, so there's going to be there's definitely going to be several major updates to this game, expansion packs. We even have a lot of them planned out already.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so like we know where to take this, and also we have several other similar projects in the works, mostly like prototyping, trying to find new interesting ideas.
Yeah.
So we basically internally have 2 teams, like one working on Frozen Flame full time, and the second smaller team is basically guys that are just sitting there experimenting with other stuff, like seeing where else we can take the studio, what other projects might be interesting, what other games might the market be interested in.
Yeah.
So that's that sort of thing. So, but we're mostly focused on stuff that is multiplayer or or at least has a very strong co-op experience.
Yeah.
Like so you shouldn't expect anything that's single player or or a platformer from us.
Okay. So where do you get my words out? I'm only on one coffee today so far, so I'm struggling a little bit, I have to admit. The future of the future of Frozen Flame, is it set in stone, or will you be open to feedback from your communities, etc.?
Oh, we're definitely taking a lot of feedback from our community. We've been doing that ever since we first started showing the game to players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're always working with the community. We're actively integrating feedback. We're definitely shifting things around a lot.
Right.
Like the core concept for the game remains the same. Like, we're not gonna budge off of several things, like the exploration part, the having the RPG experience in there, having the survival components in there, the combat system, which is closer to a tactical Dark Souls like style. Those are definitely not going to change, because this composition, we feel like players enjoy it and appreciate it. So that's fairly set in stone, but a lot of other things are constantly in flux, like balance, different components, the way the way specific stuff works in the game. That's constantly changing.
Right.
So if I were to give an example, so for example, we had a spell system in which players used to learn the spell and then just, put it into the quick bar and just use it with cooldowns.
Okay.
And then we, based on a lot of feedback, decided that a system, again, closer to Dark Souls would be more preferable in our ecosystem.
Yeah.
In which you have to basically learn the spell, which gives you a certain amount of charges, and then you have to return to a specific point in the game world or back to your home so that you can recharge those spells. So you can't use them ad nauseum.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Like when you're going out to explore the world, you're eventually going to run out of your spellcasting capabilities until you return to some sort of anchor point.
Okay. Well,
right,
I think that's a really cool concept, that you can't just go in with the most powerful spell that you can find and just basically run the game. You are limited. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and the reason we actually went to that system, because all of the rest of our systems actually work that way. So, for example, weapons and armor in our game break, right? So you can kind of have several extra suits of armor and weapons in your inventory. You can carry them with you in case the stuff that you're currently wearing breaks, but still, you're always limited. It's going to be the same with spells. Okay. So we decided to rework that, because mages used to have an unfair advantage in exploration because they could just fill their quick slots with spells, and they never had to return to a base or to an altar to refill those spells ever. So a lot of that came from community feedback. So yeah, we do tend to change systems and different components of the game heavily, depending on how we see players interacting with it.
It's got to be, in I suppose, on the surface of that is an amazing concept that you want to to manage the progress of the future of the game like that. But in other ways, it's also it's a very, I suppose, brave way in which to run the game as well, because everybody in your community is going to have different opinions.
Definitely.
So
definitely.
it's I suppose when you decide that if you are going to change something like that's how many meetings? I mean, how many meetings would you have about a decision like that? It's not just something you just go, oh, one morning let's change this because we've had a few people on talking about it and they don't like the way that game runs that way. So yeah, it's commendable. It is absolutely commendable. That's the way you want to progress the game and then let it like evolve as people are playing the game.
Well, I actually think that's an important key to success in the current game development environment, at least for games like ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, and also you mentioned that it must be very difficult deciding which feedback to integrate into the game, which feedback to ignore. And yes, it does take a certain amount of experience to be able to understand which feedback is useful and which feedback is not entirely useful, and which feedback doesn't have anything to do with the game at all, because that also happens quite often.
Yes.
Yeah, because players do sometimes tend to project their desires onto the game without really understanding the intricacies of how the game works under the hood.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a lot of nuance to how feedback is collected.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Absolutely understand that. There, as you said, there's limitations to what you can and can't do. The game engine that this is developed on, which game engine is it that you're using?
It's just Unreal. Just Unreal Engine.
Yeah. Which is in itself is it's a fantastic engine that a lot of studios are using these days, but there also there are I suppose limitations with Unreal. There's with anything, I suppose. Like for instance, if I was to buy a car, I wouldn't expect it to fly. For instance, it's not a plane. So there are you'll definitely get people in your community asking for things to be done which are just simply not possible.
Well, the limitations mostly aren't really of a technical nature. They're more of, especially in terms of like community feedback, they're usually more of like an ideological sort of limitations.
Okay.
or existing systemic limitations, because, for example, obviously, if a player comes and asks us to, I don't know, bring firearms into the game with first-person shooting, that would be strange.
Yes.
That it would conflict with basically everything we have in the game currently.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's an extreme example, but this happens very often when a player comes in and their feedback might even be reasonable, but we might not be able to do it because it conflicts with some other part of the game that we're pretty set on not changing.
Yeah.
Right. So just again, going back to that shooter example, having firearms in the game which basically deliver projectiles to characters in PvP almost instantaneously would completely kill the melee aspect of the game.
No, completely.
Which is one of the most important aspects of the game, the melee combat. And so, even in smaller things, even some minor changes can create tension between systems of that kind, like introducing a small change into the game might ruin another enjoyable system, and so we don't do it.
Yeah, balance. Yeah. I'm trying to put down a foundation
Mhm.
Sentinel. I suppose that's part. That's part of the floor? Is it that I need to?
Oh, we can just do this.
Aha. There we are.
There we go. Oh, okay. No, that doesn't work.
What's that? What have you done?
Because with the fence, the interaction doesn't work with the Sentinel. Okay, now we gotta go out and find some flame crystals to fuel the damn thing.
Right. I think I have some. What do we need? Flame crystals. I have some. I have crystals. Yeah, I've got some.
Yeah. Interact with the Sentinel. And put them in there.
Okay. There we go.
And so that will now protect
10 hours.
everything we've built. So basically what the Sentinel does, it protects the buildings that are inside its influence radius.
Right.
Right, so it prevents them from decaying over time. And we have crystals of different power in the game. The largest crystals will protect the power the Sentinel for several days.
Okay. And I suppose they're difficult to find, or more difficult to, or harder to obtain.
Actually, no.
No?
Well, yes. The bigger crystals are marginally more difficult to obtain than the smaller crystals, but yeah. And you can also build a flame crucible, which allows you to convert your experience points, the flame, into flame crystals. So basically, flame in our game is sort of like a universal currency. There's a lot of things you can use it for.
Right.
Not just leveling up.
Okay, so I mean, we've been playing this just under an hour, and and we've built the first floor of a lovely little wooden house.
Well, it's a hovel. Come on.
No, it's a house.
Okay.
It's my holiday home in the mountains. That's what it is. I'm talking of mountains. There's oh, you put a roof on, lovely. I'm just looking around at the skyline now, and there is clearly stuff. I mean, I've not ventured out far enough yet, but I'm looking at in the sky now, which I can't begin to describe what it actually is. It looks like some sort of hurricane or tornado in the sky, lightning in it. What is that?
That is, in terms of our storyline, one of the most significant places in the world.
Right.
The epicenter of that, the ruined tower under that. Yeah, that's your goal. That's essentially the place that you have to reach.
Okay.
In terms of the storyline, I'm not going to go into more detail than that because
spoilers.
Well, first of all, spoilers. Second, things are constantly in flux at the moment, so as not to make any promises that we're not going to keep.
Okay. No.
Okay, so maybe like we've done some building. Maybe you could showcase some of the crafting stuff that we have in the game.
Right. I was just going to put on a little bit of a roof, but I can't seem to. I think it's the angle I'm at. Oh, my roof looks like twigs. Is that right? I'm starting in fire.
Okay. Yes, the roof that looks like twigs is it's a, what do you call it? A thatched roof.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have enough resources for that because I put all my resources in one of these.
So if you would go up to the
Yes.
to the crafting table,
Mm-hmm.
open it up, and just pick any one of the available recipes and open it up.
Yep, done that.
Okay, so on the left you'll see a crafting interface.
Mm-hmm.
So what this means is that for every slot that a specific crafting recipe has, you can have a multitude of resources that can be used in that slot. And
Right.
based on the kind of resource that you put in the slot, you will have different stats on the weapon
Okay.
or the final item. So basically, the crafting system isn't just you go up to the table, press a button, and get something. It's fairly involved.
Yeah.
You also have to explore the world to find better resources. It also means that as you progress through the game, a lot of the earlier recipes stay relevant because as you find better materials, you can actually have lower tier stuff be better than higher tier stuff for your specific use.
Right.
Right, so there's a lot of flexibility in this. And there's also the higher level of the recipe and the higher level of the resources that you use in that recipe,
Mm-hmm.
the more difficult it's going to be to craft. And the crafting difficulty determines the quality level of the item that you're going to receive once you craft it.
Right, okay.
Right, and the higher your crafting stats, the higher the chance that you'll craft something high quality. So basically, you can spec yourself into a dedicated crafter in this game, and you can have, for example, people going out into the world exploring it and bringing back really high quality resources,
mm-hmm.
and then with your crafting build, you can go in and craft it into something really powerful.
Yeah.
And so we're also trying to sort of create a player-driven economy, at least at a local level, on the server, so that players have incentive to specialize into different roles, like explorers and fighters and mages and crafters.
Is that part of where I saw that look like characters within the game? There's a workshop or something like that. Look like someone like smithing something, building weapons or something like that. Is that part of that?
Yeah. There's an NPC, and yes, that's part of the. He actually gives out quests.
Okay.
And those quests are we have quest NPCs in the game,
mm-hmm.
And the quests aren't structured like a typical RPG or MMO. They're again closer to more free for probably the closest again would be Dark Souls in terms of how quests are structured. So they tend to be vague and they tend to be very long running.
Okay.
So it's not something like you get a quest, you go kill 10 boars and come back and the quest is complete. Nothing like that. So for example, with this guy over here, oh, you're still at the house.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I was just trying to work out how to build some armor, but where are you? Oh wow.
That's actually not that far away. Actually, that makes me think maybe we should add some sort of tool that will allow players to teleport to each other. Might be an interesting idea.
Oh, you behind me? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Follow me. All right. So this is our smith over here, living in this little house.
Yes.
So he's an NPC that gives you quests. Well, not right now because that content is still being worked on.
Mm-hmm.
But he actually gives you a quest, one quest that will take you basically across the entire world to complete.
Oh wow. Okay.
And most of our NPCs actually work like that. They have either a single quest or like a quest line that will occupy a very big chunk of the content
Yeah.
in the game. So we're trying to make our quest givers more meaningful and less, to make less throwaway content.
And these quests, would they typically would you be able to typically do these quests on your own, or would you need to be able to team up with somebody or a few people to actually be able to do it successfully?
Well, since most people expect quests to be single player content, most quests will be completable alone, solo.
Right. Okay.
And also, once the quest for the blacksmith is complete, he actually unlocks several unique recipes that aren't available any other way.
Right.
Right. They're not necessarily more powerful than the ordinary items, but they do allow you to specialize in a very specific way.
Yeah.
And most of our game is structured around specialization. Most things tend, except for the vertical character progression that we have, when you spend a stat point, that's actually more power. But a lot of the other things, like the crafting progression, the recipe progression, a lot of the rewards for the quests, they are much more about specialization rather than direct power.
Okay.
They give you more options. They don't necessarily make you more powerful.
Right. I can see beams of light going up into the sky. Are they points of interest as well?
Yes. So the blue one is points to probably one of the main non-player characters in the game. She's like the primary quest giver. And there's also these pillars which have some quest functionality of its own.
Yeah, these are pillars of age.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I've got a quest at the moment. It says the memorial, activate the pillars of age. I've got to do 3 of those.
Yep.
Oh yes, I could talk to her and trade with her. So the crystals that I used to activate the elemental foundation. Are they the same crystals that you need to deposit here as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the green crystals. Yep. So these pillars are also they're here to fill out a little bit of the backstory for the player, because as you activate these pillars, you get small snippets of lore.
Yeah.
And also they are kind of motivate exploration a little bit, because when you first arrive at these pillars, you usually don't really necessarily know what all of the items that these pillars need are.
Sure. Yep.
Right, so you're basically kind of wondering what these items are, where you find them, and then kind of start looking through the recipes, asking other players. So we're leaving these a little vague intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see how that plays out, essentially. And again, we're expecting players to expect to be slightly more involved in figuring out what things are and how they work in the game. So, for example, unlike a lot of the typical MMOs that you get, you'll have things very explicitly explained to the player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're trying a slightly different approach where
Okay.
a player would have to.
Yeah. That's cool. I mean, you know, that again, that helps with the community, with creating communities, and in you know, in my opinion, that's what games are about these days. You look at some of the AAA titles that have been around for years, the ones that, you know, churn out new games every year. They've in recent years started to look at trying to build communities for those games as well. So yeah, it's a massive factor, in relation to, I suppose, multiplayer, that side of this part of the game. Was there any reason why you decided to as a studio to go with dedicated and private servers?
Well, certainly. First of all, you can't really have a 50 to 100 player server on peer-to-peer. That's
no.
really not much of an option, because, well, here's the thing. Even if you were to kind of have the player hosted locally on your own machine, for a player, like, there's definitely times where you'd want to turn off your computer and then the server becomes unavailable. Like, even if you could manage a stable connection, and there's also a lot of like manual stuff that you have to do to make sure that a server works locally. It's just an enormous amount of hassle that you have to go through. And again, if like this was a co-op game or like a 4-player experience, then okay, fine, peer-to-peer works.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, I agree. It does, but yeah.
Yeah, but also once you kind of start going into like competitive stuff, if it's competitive PvE, and we do have competitive PvE elements in our game. We also have PvP. Once you start going into competitive territory, you really need to ensure kind of stability, fairness, and preventing cheaters.
Yes.
At least on the official servers, because on the private side, well, it's a different story. But as long as it's official servers, you kind of have to make sure everybody is on a level playing field in regards to cheating.
Yeah.
So,
what sort of freedom will players expect on a private server?
On a private server, players will have access to basically all of the same variables that we are able to control on our end. So a lot of things, like maybe not, like not particularly like a lot of, so might not be all of the balance controls that they might want. So maybe not, like, you won't be able to rebalance specific weapons because, we're not going to be exposing the data tables to the community, but we're definitely going to be allowing to control a lot of variables, like, I don't know, day-night cycles, experience gain.
Yeah, if you want to make a more hardcore experience.
A bunch of multipliers that pertain to enemy scaling, damage scaling. A lot of the stuff that has to do with kind of the death mechanics, how much health you are reborn with, what the penalties are.
Okay.
A lot of the building stuff, like the limitations on building, how long the sentinels last on crystals. Like, there's a lot of variables, balance variables, that the players will have access to when hosting their own servers.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
Also, we're thinking about ways of allowing players to bring in their own kind of customization into the game easily.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're definitely looking into like full fat modding tools for the game.
Wow.
Yeah, and Unreal actually makes this very easy to do. But also apart from modding tools, because, well, for a lot of people, installing and kind of using the modding tools is a big kind of, there's a big barrier to entry.
Yes, yeah, the learning curve is huge, yes.
Yeah. So we're looking at ways to actually allow players to kind of customize their games in smaller ways. Much easier. So, for example, maybe bring in custom models or custom skins into the game without actually having to use modding tools.
That's a fantastic idea. That really is. Yeah. You. I mean, just on the modification side of things. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit there. Sorry, the modification side of things. That in itself just brings in so much more people into the fold of what a game can be and what it can do. And we've already spoken about community. There's, I can think of a number of games where there are whole communities based purely on the modding scene of a game, which in turn keeps that game being played for years. Which is, I suppose, I'd imagine, which is your aim.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, Bethesda games have been thriving on the modding community for almost a decade now. Like, I mean, Skyrim.
Yeah.
Just that alone, at Minecraft, obviously.
Yes.
Huge communities surrounding those two games. Just the modding communities alone.
Well,
and modding. Here's the thing with modding: it doesn't necessarily bring in more players, but it definitely makes the existing player base significantly more dedicated to the game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And there are so many talented modders out there, and it's almost like it's an element of passion there as well. You've got someone who plays your game for hours upon end, and they modify the game to the way they want it to look, characters want to be. And I've seen in the past where studios have gone, that's actually a fantastic mod, and they've gone and made it official. Or that because you obviously get your non-official on it, and there are studios that have done it official as well. Yes. I suppose the interesting thing about the whole modding thing as well is that, in my opinion, the gaming scene at this moment in time looks the way it looks because of modifications. I could argue that mods have changed the gaming industry over the last sort of 15, 20 years. And you've got the big players, the most successful games in the world right now are only there because at some point someone made a mod and then someone built a game upon a mod.
Exactly.
It's a crazy thing. It's definitely a crazy thing.
The entire MOBA genre, and as an extension, the Battle Royale genre.
Yeah.
Those two just came out of mods.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So basically, the two highest earning genres on the market.
Yeah.
Are mods.
Yes.
It's
crazy.
Madness.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah. I mean, go further back and look at like CS:GO, which was a mod on Half-Life. But yeah, like you could argue, there's. I used to play a game that was a modification of a modification that then became an official game. The world's gone crazy with modifications. It's really cool.
Well, I mean, it's it's unbounded creativity. That's what it is. I mean, when you're going in to modify a game to kind of to whatever crazy idea you come up with, you're not the only thing you're really restricted as by a modder is time. You don't have to worry about budgets. You don't have to worry about keeping your investors happy.
Yeah.
The only thing you're really worried about is the time that you have to realize your vision. That's it. That's the only real consideration. So, of course, so many creative and fascinating things come out of the modding community.
Yes.
Like, I mean, heck, I started my career as a modder.
Oh, did you really? Okay.
Of course, yeah. Long time ago, but yeah.
We're here because of Devcom. Well, I say we're here. We're actually not here. This is obviously not live. This is pre-recorded. One of the things that GPORTAL are here for is, first off, is we want to showcase the amazing games that are coming through, but also we want to showcase what we can do for studios, and we are offering test servers to studios for free. We're providing, if they want private servers with us, we're providing them with 20 bare metal systems with up to 10,000 concurrent players for free. And we're also providing 500 partnered influencers with a global reach of 10 million, I think it is, for free. For a studio, maybe working on their first game like you, what does that mean to a studio?
Well, I think it took me about 2 days to come to terms with the fact that such a offer actually exists on the market. I mean, I really wasn't expecting something like this, of this magnitude, to be available, because it really does solve a lot of problems for us. Like it's a huge weight off our shoulders.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I suppose you look from the beginning with just us giving you a server to test a game on, rather than using a device in your own office. It's actually it's properly remote and on a game server with using the technology that you'll probably need to use in the future.
Well, we actually had our remote servers, like we were also sort of in the cloud for the test servers and such.
Yeah.
But we were paying for those.
Yeah.
Yeah, and quite a lot.
So they're even there, right? This is one of the most, I suppose, important parts of game development, is ensuring that you can afford and to do things. And I suppose if you're wasting valuable revital on servers where we can actually provide that for free, I suppose it's very vital. It's vital, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, like under these conditions, it makes absolutely no sense for us to pay for servers or have our own machines. That there's no reason for us to do that anymore. So yeah, that's a very big advantage, because we're not a big studio. We're really not a big studio, and we have a very big game to make. So
yeah,
every dollar counts. Like every little bit helps. So yes, this is a great offer. What can I say?
What about private servers? I have private servers on the brain all the time. What about partnered influencers? I mean, do you see their value? especially if you don't have that huge marketing budget to have billboards. Or I was saying recently that I remember. I'm 40, so I've seen the gaming industry from the 80s, but I remember Capcom sponsoring one of the cars at the Indy 500 in the early 90s, because that was a way in which to try and get their game out there to a potential audience. And now we're talking about influencers, people who stream stuff or put stuff on Instagram or stuff like that. But it's I suppose it's a strange world we live in. That's what I'm trying to get at, I suppose. But do you see the value of a company like us having partnered influencers?
Of course. I mean, if you're trying to market a game and you're not doing influencers, then you're definitely doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's almost impossible to get a game into the right hands in today's day and age without Twitch and YouTube.
Yes. Yeah.
So obviously, like, having a platform,
mm-hmm.
a sizable platform of influencers is definitely a requirement.
Yeah.
And if you can reach part of that platform again without having to pay for it, that's valuable. It really is.
Good. That's what we're aiming for. Yeah, it's as I said, it's a crazy world. I've seen games doing okay, and then an influencer with millions of followers streams that game, and all of a sudden
it goes viral.
It goes crazy.
That's happened more than once.
Yeah,
I've seen that happen more than once, and it sometimes takes just one person.
Yes,
one person with the right audience. So sometimes it's not even about the overall volume of people that you reach through the influencers.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just like by chance you stumble upon the right influencer, who has the right audience.
Yeah,
and then it just explodes.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing with our partner influencers. We haven't got, say, for instance, we don't have 500 partner influencers who specialize in, let's say, Minecraft, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Our influencers are very diverse. They specialize in different types of games. Of course, they have their own types of audiences. So, no matter how good your game is, you're never going to have all 500 of these partnered influencers promoting your game on their streaming platforms or on their social networks, because
mm-hmm.
their audience just simply doesn't follow that type of game.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, they're far and stretched wide. They're international. We were in 30 different countries in 12 languages, and as I said earlier, a combined audience of 10 million, which, to a small studio with very limited amount of budget, I think is a fantastic thing that we can offer. This is a conversation that I've had so many times over the last few months with studios, and like you said, a few minutes ago, it took you a couple of days to get your head around it. It's like there's to offer the free service for testing, the bare metal systems, these 500 partner influencers. We also do a license share program where studios can earn money from people playing their games on our private servers. It sounds like it's too good to be true, but the concept of it is fairly simple. All GPORTAL are trying to do, or help, is make a game successful. Because the more successful a game is, the more people play it, and the more people are probably going to rent private servers.
Yes, exactly.
That is it. Yeah.
No. The offer is definitely legit, and I mean the economic incentives are obvious.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, and obviously, like, if you want to kind of be successful at business, sometimes you have to take risks.
Yeah. Sometimes
they pan out, sometimes they don't. But still, I mean, without investing into something, you got to invest both time and money and hope that it succeeds.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So no, I mean I actually, when I first saw your offer, I didn't think that it was too good to be true. I mean, because, well, again, I understand the economic incentive.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense.
I keep seeing things pop up, disappear in the distance, where they've been destroyed. I'm like, whoa, someone else in the game. I keep forgetting it's you.
Okay, so so we've built a house.
Yep. It's a rather fetching house as well, may I add.
Well, you haven't seen it upgraded.
Nope.
But that'll take a while. I mean, to start upgrading the house, it's about 4 to 6 hours of nonstop gameplay. So I don't think we're going to get quite.
We won't be doing that today. No.
Yeah. But okay. So we've taken a quick look at the crafting system. We can actually go do some combat.
Yeah.
And then maybe do some exploration.
I have a. What did I build? I have a wooden staff and a stone sword. Is that good enough, or do I need something else, do you think?
A wooden staff and a stone sword. Yeah, that's going to be good enough. Let me, though, craft you a full set of armor.
Ah.
There we go.
Ah, brilliant.
All right. Okay. I actually don't have a weapon yet.
Ah.
Okay, hang on. Can I craft a composite sword? Okay, let me think. All right, this and memory shards. Okay. Never mind then. We'll do this later.
Oh, you don't have a sword? I don't think I've got. I think I just need stones.
No. I have weapons. It's
yeah. Okay.
I was just thinking whether to, like, invest in a composite sword, which is usually better than an ordinary one, but currently decided against it.
Okay. At some point, I need to find an altar to level up as well.
Okay, let me take you to one.
Okay.
If I can... this way.
You should know. Oh, yes, there's one, yeah. Next to the portal.
Basically, yeah, it's basically right next to the house.
Yeah.
Okay, early game, I'd suggest going a vitality, strength, constitution build.
Okay. I'm on 4 for those two, and now I'm on 3 for constitution. So, yeah, I think I had to level up for discipline earlier to achieve something. So, but yes, excellent.
All right, so... Okay, let's go fight some cursed ones.
There's one right
here. And then maybe... no.
Oh, what's that? An axe? Battle axe.
Yep, that's an axe. Oh, you know what? I need to dump some of the stuff from my inventory. It's slowing me down.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of a few things as well.
Okay, we're while you're dumping stuff, I remembered something. We're also trying to make the game in a way that a lot of the resources that you gather maintain their usefulness for a big part of the game.
Okay.
Regardless of where you are in the progression. So so that you don't have like a lot of junk just sitting in your boxes collecting dust.
Right. Yes.
Right. There will, of course, be times when some resources stop being useful altogether, but we're trying to balance it in a way that you basically stop even touching the resource nodes once the resource kind of runs out of usefulness for you.
Okay.
So you're basically not getting the resources that you don't need. Oh. The two-handed axe is actually very poorly configured. The timings are all wrong.
Oh, being fired up.
Oh, there's a mage. Oh no, that's not a mage. That was a mage.
Oh, got a mage.
Ooh, almost dead.
Aha, this is our reward. Is that?
Yeah, currently our reward is more monsters. Okay, you're gonna have to help me out because I'm nearly... Alright.
Oh.
And you... Okay.
No, sorry.
One of us got to level up. I'm not sure which one.
Got some blue crystals.
Okay. Oh, chest. Okay, important thing to note, chests are player specific, so each player loots the chest separately.
Okay.
Yeah, so if the vases and the vases, sorry.
Yeah.
And the resource nodes, they're shared between players. The chests and things like monoliths and which give memory shards, they're player specific. So basically, the more valuable sources of loot are always, like, you're always guaranteed to loot it.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, he didn't stand a chance.
Okay, they're just gonna keep spawning.
Okay.
So. So this is like basically what the combat looks like.
Yeah.
And, well, as you can obviously see, having two people makes it a lot easier.
Oh,
than
so much easier. Yeah. Yeah.
one person. We're actually building currently working on a special encounter system that will actually increase the difficulty of a specific encounter depending on the amount of players participating in it. So, so for example, this ruin that we were fighting in just now, a ruin like this would be designated as a separate encounter, and the cursed enemies, if the encounter detected that more than one player was participating, it would actually increase the spawn rate for the enemies.
Great idea. Yeah.
So it's not going to work for enemies that are just roaming the world like those boars and stuff. But if we have a specific encounter designated like an encounter, like again one of these ruins or maybe a village that's crawling with cursed or something like that, it's going to have those a special rule set, a special zone painted on top of it that's going to detect the amount of players participating in it and increasing the difficulty dynamically based on the amount of players.
Okay.
Because, well, we generally find that tactical combat systems are much more easily broken by an increased amount of players than, for example, a classic stat system. Right. So, for example, in something like World of Warcraft, it's much more difficult to break an encounter by having an extra player than it is in something like Dark Souls.
Yes.
Yes, because, for example, again, if you take a look at Dark Souls, you really, really struggle with all of the bosses if you're alone. But as soon as you have at least one extra player, they become trivial. Right. So the same thing is true for our game. Like an extra player really breaks most of the encounters that are currently built on the map. So we had to come up with a solution. So we designed these encounter zones. And actually, the extra spawn rate isn't the only surprise that they're going to have.
Okay, really?
For increasing difficulty of the encounters, but I'm keeping some of these things, like close to the chest. I'll let it be a surprise. And actually, these encounter zones, they're almost done. So we're expecting the next patch to have them in the game.
Yeah.
Right. So that's going to be in the beginning of August.
Oh, wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So
by the time people are watching this, there'll be a new patch out.
Yeah, the patch with the encounter zones that scale dynamically based on the amount of players. Yeah, it's going to be in the game already. Okay, so let's go clear up this village, loot everything in it, and then go find a golem and fight it.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, this little village over here, in our new system, would actually be counted as a large encounter zone.
Right.
And so we'd be drawing significantly more aggro right now if the system was in play, because like it's sort of like it not only increases the spawn rates, but it also sort of acts like the director for the mobs.
Okay, yeah.
It also tells mobs which player to attack, what player is doing what thing, which player poses what kind of hazard to the mobs. So it's there's a little bit of intelligence also built into it.
Yeah.
Like, so it's not only increasing the difficulty because more numbers, it's also increasing the difficulty because the enemies will react smarter to the extra players and to the roles and the kit that the players have.
Right. I'm trying to looking down this well. I'm assuming you'll be able to get down there at some point.
Our game actually has something called a glider.
Okay.
Which you can use to glide down into something like this well.
Yeah.
Or glide like large distances in short periods of time. So yeah, it's we have several traversal mechanics in the game. Apart from the glider, you'll also be able to scale walls and mountains at some point.
Right.
And we also have mounts planned for the game.
Ah, brilliant.
You'll be able to tame creatures and use them as mounts.
I assume just by the stylization, they won't be your normal horse, for instance.
Horse, no, but our boars are actually a tameable and rideable creature.
Ah.
So the boars and the manticores.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was that?
I was actually using the crystals to give myself flame. You can consume the crystals that you find, the flame crystals, to give yourself a flame, an extra boost of flame.
Oh, yes, okay.
Again, blatant plagiarism, but whatever. All right, so I guess let's go fight a golem then.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Haven't seen a golem yet, so I'm excited to see what they. I've only seen. I think I've seen screenshots, but I haven't actually seen it in game yet. So.
Actually, it's not a golem; it's an elemental. But yeah, we've been developing them for about half a year now, and the entire team continues kind of confusing them, calling them either golem or either elemental interchangeably. So it's been weird. Right, as you can see, the starting valley isn't all that aggressive to the player. I mean, we've been running around without really dying all that much against our will.
Yeah.
So, but it does tend to get much gnarlier down the line. So, is there anything else you'd like to know about the game? Or the studio?
I can't eat and swim at the same time, can I?
No.
Which is not advisory anyway. I could get cramp, for instance.
Yeah. You can drink and swim.
Right. The I just going around. I think the map is so unique. I mean, there's a oh blimey. Sorry, there's me looking around the place in awe. Wow, I need to come round. And yeah, that's brilliant.
So there are a couple of issues with the golem right now because it's got kind of problems with tracking the player.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit slow.
Yeah.
And for some reason...
I'm dead.
Well...
Where did I come back? Where are you?
Okay.
Alright, at least I'm facing the right direction. I saw it coming as well. He did it like a two-handed. He pounded me with both hands. I thought, oh dear, this is gonna hurt. For me, it happened in slow motion.
Yeah, it's a slow attack, and you can see it coming. And if you're in a situation when you can't dodge out of it, you kind of already know you're dead, but you're not dead yet.
Yeah.
So. a little dynamic there.
So I'm not actually that far away. So.
Well, I gotta say, our map isn't really all that big, to be like totally honest. And you could probably run across it, like the entire currently playable area in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
but it's what I was trying to say before, just before I died. There's the creativity that I'm looking around at the moment. I mean, I'm coming up now. It's I'm not encouraged. Is it a shield? A giant shield that's in the ground?
Yes. Yeah, it's a shield. There's also kind of lore you can discover about the reason for that shield being there.
Yeah, stay down.
Like you did all the work, yeah.
I did, yeah, I carried you there. The sound effects are really, really good. There's you can tell where in my ears I can tell exactly where, like, for instance, that these butterflies are making a sound, and when you walk through them I could feel like the sound's almost around me. Yeah, very, very cool.
That's actually a feature of the Unreal Engine. It can actually create sound sources that have that aren't emanating from a point, but that can be emanating from a sphere.
Right.
All right. So when you're inside it, it will actually sound like it's coming from every direction. So yeah, Unreal has like a lot of great technical solutions to different problems. So it's a great engine.
Ooh, what's up with these trees?
Yeah, they're cursed. And they're gonna start damaging you if you come too close. So. But they do have like unique resources in them.
Okay.
Well, they have a chance to drop a unique resource.
Yeah.
So there's actually incentive for you to chop them down. Okay, so we can now run around a little bit, just looking at the world.
Yes. Yep.
So.
Okay, where are you?
I was right behind you.
Oh.
And actually, I kind of need to warm up a little bit.
I was about to say exactly the same. So I have a flame seed. I can do the same, can I, with a flame seed?
A flame seed?
Yeah.
No, you can't consume it. It's for different purposes.
Okay. Ah, there's me consuming crystals, and you've just lit a fire. That's probably that's probably a better way to do it. So what sort of process do you have to go through as a studio where you come across like these? I'm just looking right now at the back of a vertebrae of a dragon, and where I've played so many games where the landscape is fields and trees and maybe a little town, and of course they do have to go through certain design meetings and iterations of game to come up with actual concepts of what's our game's gonna look like. But how do you decide that you're gonna put a dragon in the dragon skeleton in the middle of the map?
Well, okay. There are two prerequisites that a studio needs for like interesting creative solutions to arise. First of all, you kind of need sort of a guiding vision. So everybody on the team needs to know what you're working towards. So everybody needs to be well acquainted with the world itself, its history, understand like where everything comes from and what the rules are that the world is governed by. It also needs to understand what the main gameplay pillars are. What are the main things that the player is going to hopefully find interesting?
Okay.
Right, and since one of our main pillars is exploration, and we have a strong kind of lore background for the world, and everybody knows that it's there, everybody on the team can actually make moment-to-moment decisions about how to best build the world independently with a high level of autonomy. Like, we don't need to go into a meeting for the level designer to decide to put down a dragon skeleton over here, because it's something that is allowed by the world.
Yeah.
Right. And so as long as our level designers understand these rules, they can be creative with these rules. That's like the first prerequisite. And second prerequisite is great level designers.
Yeah.
And I mean, the communication within the team is still like always a very difficult task. Like to make sure that everybody is on the same page, that everybody is coordinating properly, that everybody is making decisions within like the allowed parameters. But still, like as long as you have a strong vision for what you're doing, you're properly communicating that vision, and you have great people working on the team, like the rest is just like technical details.
Yeah, absolutely. You have some talented map designers, and it is. I keep saying it is such a good-looking game. It's such a good-looking game, and you go around a corner and there's something different, something new. And there's a zombie. Is that a zombie?
That's a skeleton. And your weapon broke.
Ah, yeah.
And there's a tree killing us.
Oh. Can I chop it down with just a standard axe?
Yes.
What's... Yeah, we've got these strange pods. I'm probably describing them in very strange ways.
Well, they like that's how you describe a strange thing.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a non-strange way to describe a strange thing. Oh, not good.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Okay, yep.
I am very close to dying.
I was sitting there.
Dead.
Okay. Well, this happens when you stop paying attention to it.
Yes. Yeah. Do I have the resources to craft another sword? I don't. What am I missing? I have I have nothing because I died.
you can actually repair the sword that you've broken.
Yeah.
Use the workshop.
Unfortunately, I don't have that on me because I dropped it when I died.
Oh right.
Yeah,
right.
I had a staff.
Yeah, because the broken weapon automatically unequips, and everything you don't have equipped drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, I wonder whose stuff that was. Was it yours or mine? Yeah, it was mine. No staff. Oh wait, you've got
I've
the
got my
staff.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So. All right. Ah. Okay. Hang on. Yep, this is your stuff. All right.
Okay.
And great.
Oh no.
I'm dead again.
Oh no. What happened?
I got carried away looting stuff. Well, figuring out whose stuff I was
Oh
looting,
yes.
to be precise.
I think that's mine. Oh, I'm able to attack now as well. Is it the tree that's killing me?
Probably. So, like, that's an example. Well, like a very limited example of what the hazards in the game might look like.
Yeah.
It's not just the enemies, it's also the environment that's going to actively be trying to kill you. And I see you're running out of health.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get somewhere. Oh no. Oh dear.
Okay, let me try to clear that area without actually dying this time. All right. Okay, I've picked up your stuff.
Mhm.
And oh. And I don't actually see the other bag.
They're separate, I believe. I picked up, I thought was my loot, and then well, I'm heading straight towards it now. Actually,
Open your inventory. Maybe.
can I mark it? Can you see that?
Open your inventory. Maybe it's there because you might have died from an environmental effect.
My inventory, I've got my armor, a staff, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, okay. Alrighty then.
I
think.
Yeah, I've got everything. I picked it all
Okay.
up. Where are you?
I am trying to not die again.
Oh yes, I don't have a. Do I have a sword? Yeah, where's my sword?
Whoa.
Oh no, this is your stuff.
Yep.
Ah. You're nearly dead.
Okay.
Oh, behind you.
There we go. Much better. Okay, so we showcased that part of the gameplay too.
Yes, how to die. How not to play the game.
All right, see that tower on the horizon?
Uh,
Over there, right in front of us.
yes.
So that's like a dungeon.
Okay.
So it has an interior with like 4 or 5 floors with a lot of enemies in it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and there's also the challenge of actually finding an entrance to it, because that's also not going to be trivial. It's something you're going to have to use the traversal tools at your disposal, like the glider and the climbing gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to have like environmental puzzles that deal with finding your way into places. So that's also part of the gameplay. Okay, so do we actually want to do anything else right now?
Oh, is there anything else for us to see? Because the map is incredibly diverse and there's different things around each corner.
Well, we can take a look at the swamp right over here. So this is like the beginning of the swamplands.
Right. Yeah.
It's still under construction, as you can see by the gray boxes over there near the chest.
Yes.
And you'd also be wise to stay out of the water.
I was just wondering. I was like, is my health going down? No, it is. It is. I was looking at it. I was thinking, is something going to happen if I go near it?
Okay, and there's actually, if you look up at the hill to the left, there's actually a large swampland beyond that place, but it's currently locked off by an effect that will kill you if you walk into it.
Right.
So,
okay.
So I'm not actually gonna be able to show you the swampland.
Oh, he can move quick.
Yeah, don't get hit again.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna die.
Yeah. Oh, he's after me. Help! Oof, you're nearly dead.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of do get some exciting moments in the game already.
Oh, where did he come from?
Well, most of the cursed ones come out from under the ground, so you can expect to be attacked at any moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go look at one of the other locations that we have in the game.
Okay.
Now, I'll also have to say that everything except for the valley is heavily under construction.
Okay.
Even the valley is still under construction in places,
Yes.
so you might see a lot of placeholders and stuff that isn't finished and stuff that might still be revised several times before it gets released into early access.
Yeah.
So this is not the final product, but we're getting there. Okay, so let's go take a look at Titan Heights, which is an icy location. Cold biome.
Sounds like a school. Sorry.
Titan Heights.
School for superheroes.
Yeah.
Of course, we have those fast travel things that we can use as well.
Yeah,
To get...
yeah. I sort of forgot about them. Oh, come on. Just when you think it's safe to loot. So it's this way. Why would anybody want 2 workshops? It's not like they have any extra utility. This is a nice little installation here. It's about to get really cold.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, lovely. Oh, hello.
Yeah, we better avoid this guy.
Oh, okay. He's throwing stuff at me. Extreme snow fight.
So yeah, we are. Oh boy.
Oh, hello.
These guys. Yeah, let's just.
Are we attacking this one or not? No.
No. Let's just ignore him. We're just running around looking at the world. So
I just realised my health after I've been hit by that snowball.
So this is more like. Are you freezing?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is like a location with a lot more verticality than the valley. So we have a rocky mountainous area, cold. Well, don't mind the textures on the ground because they're still a work in progress. So it doesn't look quite the way it should. Probably gonna need another fire here.
Don't stand at it. That was close.
Okay, so let's go through the Titan Heights to the Sinking Woods.
Who comes up with the names of these?
Different people. Like, it's usually somebody comes up with the... well, not really comes up, but like we have this map drawn out of all of the locations that our world has.
Okay.
And then by the time we're getting close to having to sit down and actually start developing the location, usually somebody has already come up with a name for it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, just ignore it. So this area, the one I'm facing right now, that's going to be a kind of a vertical cliff that you'll have to climb to reach the area of the game that houses the Citadel.
Yeah.
Which I've talked about previously, which is our basically focus point for our storyline. This area is empty in terms of enemies because we're still working on the terrain. It's just mostly rocks and sculpting the world right now.
And these giant bugs.
Yeah, well, it's somebody decided to just, place them here for some reason. Don't really know why they don't serve. They don't really serve any purpose right now. There's nothing really to do in this location right now. It's just cold and not finished, and it doesn't even have any resources to gather. So there's no incentive for players to come here.
Oh.
Yeah. Make sure you dodge his projectile this time because...
Yeah, he would, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's almost a one-shot kill. Okay, so this is a small area that we call the Redwood.
Yeah.
Want to check out the tower?
Yeah, I was just looking at the tower now, yeah. Is there something in it? Oh yes, there's a nice elemental.
If you have to ask the question, there's probably something there.
I could just hear footsteps. I was like, A grave of dragons.
Ooh.
Oh, what's that?
That's a manticore. It's also a creature that can be used as a mount.
Okay. And you ran away from it, so I'm doing the same.
Yeah, they're probably the most difficult creatures to defeat in the game right now.
Okay. There's two of them here. No! They're chasing me.
They're also very fast. It's fine, you can just run in a straight line, it won't be able to hit you.
Okay.
And they will break off at some point. I hope. Yeah, okay. Okay, now we're approaching...
Oh. Hey, you're gonna...
Oh, man. Not good. This is like the third large area that we're going to have as...
Okay.
So basically, when you're playing the game, you'll have a choice where to move first out of the valley. It's either the swamp, either the Titan Heights, or this location.
Mm.
There's currently a bit of an issue with the lighting. It's a little too dark, but we're kind of aiming for this kind of ambience to be.
It definitely looks eerie.
It's basically the entire area is constructed around one huge tree.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not supposed to be this dark, but it's still kind of going to be rather dark once it's finished. And it's probably going to be the first area the player encounters a kind of a sentient humanoid enemy for the first time in the game. And here's a teleport. So I guess we can go back to the valley for now.
Yep. Okay. Zoom out. Oh wow. Valley.
You're looking for the teleporter that's called the Sacred Ground.
I am looking for it now. Nope. Oh. I hope I went to the right one. I just clicked on it by accident. No, I'm in Titan Heights.
It's further south from Titan Heights.
Sacred Grounds. There we go.
And I guess that concludes our tour of the locations.
Yeah, as I said, I keep saying it again. I'm in awe with the overall designs and just imagination that's gone into creating everything. Everything just looks, that it's so distinctive looking. I believe this game is, and even at the stage of where we are playing at the moment, it's still an incredibly rewarding, and as we've proven, sometimes difficult game to play. I'm psyched for when this comes out on early access. Do you have a set date currently for early access?
Not yet. It's going to be coming somewhere, I guess, in November.
Mm-hmm.
Something like November.
Yeah.
Yeah. No specific date just yet.
Okay. Right. Well, I want to thank you for being my guide for the map, and I helped you take out the elemental, the rock golem, whatever you want to call it earlier. I did all the hard work there.
And thank you very much for that.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. That's all right. If you need me to take out other golems and elementals, then I'm here all week. So yeah, it's been really good fun. Obviously I'm incredibly privileged and lucky enough to be able to play this game at this, where it is at this moment in time. I really look forward to the release for early access later this year. And I want to say thank you for letting us show the game here at Devcom.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that.
No worries at all. Okay, well, he's been Max and I've been Damien, and thank you very much for tuning in and watching gameplay of Frozen Flame from Dreamside Interactive. We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah. Bye-bye, everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Damien Reed from GPORTAL and we are at Devcom, and today I'm in a game called Ray Polly with the creator, the developer, the designer, literally absolutely everything you could think of that is in relation to this game. Micah is the person responsible, and so I just said Micah. Is it Micah or Mika before I carry on?
It's me, Micah.
Micah. So we are in your creation. And so, in a nutshell, how would you describe how would you describe the game?
In a nutshell, so I would say the game is a survival adventure RPG.
Mm-hmm.
So let's call it as a RPG
Okay.
in short form. So yeah, it is a lot of surviving stuff, a lot of adventure stuff. So exploring and so on. So explore, survive, fight, and keep everything steady.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's instantly it's a unique looking game with the polygon stylization that you've gone for. May I ask why you decided to go with this look?
I decided to use this look because I played a lot of games as I was a younger boy.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to make a game that looks like the old games, but with a touch of the new style that you have with the new shaders and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I choose to make it low poly.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Okay, so I think what we should do, I mean, we talked about this before we decided to record, that we're going to do a few things, but both of us are freshly spawned characters, I suppose. I'm level 1. Are you a level 1 as well?
I collected 1 or 2 things, so I'm level 2. But this is some quick doing.
Yeah.
So you're leveling a bit fast at this moment, but I would tweak this in the future.
Yeah.
But it is hard to get level to 30. So it is at the beginning it is easy, and later on it will be much harder to level. So let's pick up some stuff here, because I think we will be prepared for something that will come later on.
Yeah.
And at this moment, it is hard to find each other on the map because the friend system is not in.
Okay.
But it will come in the future, definitely in the future, in the next few weeks, I think.
Yeah. So, tell me about why you decided to create this game.
This is a big and a good question, because I since I was a little boy, I played games, and the first game was on a Sega system.
Yeah.
So it was 2D and so on, and played a lot of other games. But I wanted to make a game by my own since I was 10 years. I think I was 10 years old that I decided to say, hey, I want to make an own game. I have to learn everything about it. So it needs time for this. But every time I was thinking about this, I stopped the idea.
Right.
Yeah, but now I said, okay, let's start this, and I started it.
And
so,
how long have you been working on the project?
How long? I think 1.5 years. 1.5 years. The idea is 4 years old, but I'm working on it since 1.5 years.
And this isn't your full-time job, is it?
No, that is not my full-time job. I have a usual job at this moment. But it is a little dream of mine to make it my usual job. So I try to do my best in the game, so that it is a game for everyone, or not everyone, because not everyone likes the style and so on, but for a lot of people, so I can make the game my usual job. So I miss you. I don't see you.
I've wandered off.
I'm just walked around and picked up.
I'm near the little lake.
Near the little lake. Okay,
yeah.
so I pick up
Yeah.
some resources and then come back. So I have
Yeah.
to craft something. So, think we should go into the crafting system.
Yes. So I'm just making sure I've got enough things. Oh, there's a goblin.
Okay. Do you have a weapon?
Help! No!
There's a goblin too. So I hope you don't see me.
I'm running towards you.
So let's make a club so that I can hit him.
At
this moment, tools are not as strong as the club.
Mhm.
Tools are only tools at this moment. They do damage, but they do not deal a lot of damage. So I want to change this in the future because an axe should be more powerful than a simple club. So let's see if it's a girl. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
So sorry about that, but if I don't kill you, you will kill me. So
It's a dog-eat-dog world. And am I being attacked? I'm in the ventry. I can see something going on in the background. Oh no,
yeah.
Well, I've got a club.
That's right. The inventory is a little bit transparent because
Yeah.
I think if you have an inventory and everything is blocked, it makes it hard to react on some situations.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the development that's going on at this moment in time with you is honestly, I'm at times astounded at how much you get done, especially when you say this is not your full-time job. Because I've admittedly I haven't played this game myself for a couple of weeks, and you've changed the inventory. It looks different than when I was in it last.
Yes, but this is not a hard part because it is only UMG style. So in Unreal Engine, this is the engine I used.
Mm-hmm.
You have the UMG part, and if you want to change something, it is you can change it fast way. This part is not written in C++, so it is easy to change something. So in the inventory is a bit, I think, self-explained. Everything is there. You can click the buttons and so on. But I changed the crafting menu. It has in its own tab in the last week. But someone told me, wouldn't it be better to have the crafting menu on the first side if you open your inventory? So I decided to do this.
Okay.
And because it makes it easier to see what is in your inventory and what you can craft and so on.
This is sorry, I cut you off there. I think this is brilliant about your development as well. You are listening to the people who are playing your game, and unlike a lot of studios, it's their decisions, or this is the studio decision. It's be all and end all with what you're doing. You are genuinely listening to the people that are playing your game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think it is important to listen to the players because they play the game. So if I said, yeah, this is the game, deal with it. I think this is not the best way. You can do this, okay? Yeah, you can do this, and hopefully you get players that like this.
Yeah.
But I think if you're listening to the players, you can make games greater. You can make games fit their needs. You cannot fit any need, I think, but most of them. And the players like this a lot. When I said, "Hey, make this possible." If you have an idea, just tell me, and I will see if it fits into the game, and I will implement it.
Well,
and this is important, I think. So this is the way I do things, and I have my concept. So I have a straight line that I want to do, but why not hearing the voices of the community that says, "Hey, I want to have a cannonball if I jump into the water, so I will do this."
That'd be fantastic. When you can cannonball, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it's random at this moment. So if you jump into the water, you have a normal dive, or you can have the cannonball.
Does it work now?
Yeah, you can do this.
Oh, I dived.
Yeah, and it is random. And I made a cannonball. So this is it's only little things. Yeah, it's only little things. But if I can do this, I will do this. And
brilliant! Yeah, just
this is what they really like. So some of them only jumped into the water and like this. So
whoever asked that, you can guess the mentality of the person who asked for that to be added to the game.
yes. So why not implement the little things that everyone likes? So
yeah.
So it makes it playable better because you have the littlest parts that you want to do, like throwing a stone. You can do this. Yeah, just take the stone on the quick slot, press the button for this, and throw a stone. So you can do this. It's something someone asked about because he wanted to make other players a bit greedy. So if he hides and throw a stone to a tree, and yeah, the other players a bit confused, and makes more possibilities to interact with other people.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's a little bit mischievous, I suppose.
So I lost you again, but I think it's not a problem.
I'm still near the same lake. I've just realised I don't have enough stones to be able to make a pickaxe. So
okay, I made an axe and I forget about it. So so yeah, also you have the survival part to craft items here. That means you have to craft some tools like an axe or a pickaxe to gather materials.
Yeah.
So you can pick up materials as well, like fiber and so on, and you can craft stuff out of them, like clothes and so on. And you will level in this game. That means you have blueprints.
Yeah.
In your inventory, you have the blueprints tab. That means you can see, or you almost can see, which blueprints you will unlock with a certain levels.
Mm-hmm.
And at this moment, I'm level 4, so I can build something. And I can make some clothes. So I should do this because the goblins can hit hard if you don't have any.
To give it an extra level of protection, does it?
Yeah, they do.
Right.
Each part will have its own armory level. So that means if you have shoes, they will give armory to you. So it's not much at this moment. So I mean not much for the fiber cloth because they are still basic stuff.
Yeah.
And there you are. So let's see if I can hit this goblin. I just need some copper here, and some leather. At this moment, okay, she hits me. At this moment, you get some goblin souls if you kill a goblin.
Okay.
This is a part we will talk about later. So I don't want to talk about them now because we will find something to use it. So I think we should build a little base, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're fully dressed. I'm naked, but why not? Let's build.
No. I'm naked too, but the girls have to be something on the chest, you know. So I'm naked too there.
Right. So, did you want to have a little place next to the lake, maybe? One of these what are they? Is it a statue? Is it or?
These are the player spawns at this moment.
Okay.
I had to think about the players were built everywhere, almost everywhere. So the problem is if you build at this moment, it is a problem. If you build on a player spawn, someone will spawn into your house, and I think you don't want it. So I decided to make some player spawns like this here. Not really beautiful, but they are placeholders.
Yeah.
So I will change them in the future. So you have a place to spawn and everyone sees, okay, and you cannot build on this. Yeah, you can build next to it, but you cannot build something on it. So the player spawns are safe at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I want to see, can I craft? Oh, I have to look. Okay, I have to level a bit to make the Oh, level 9. We need level 9. I made this and I don't know which level we need for the workbench. So, yeah, you see, every day the game is new for me too. So,
Yeah.
at least I make the caves, and I don't know much about them.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at those caves a little bit later.
Yeah.
What came first then? So was it Ray Polly or was it Hinkfoot Studios that came first?
You mean for the game?
For you, yeah. I mean, did you start a studio thinking I'm going to make a game, or did you make a game and then think I need a studio name?
The second one. I made I started to make the game, and I thought about it. So let's make the studio, and a one-man studio. So I decided to make the studio, Hinkfoot Studios. So someone asked me about the name, but it's hard to explain why I called it Hinkfoot Studios. So
I won't ask then.
it's a bit German English stuff. So it's from hink from like your feet is broken and your it's you cannot walk right cannot walk in the right way.
Right.
So
Okay.
you walk like a zombie. So this is Hinkfoot.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So that means so one person make everything and can hold all the heavy stuff on its on his hands. So it's heavy, but you can walk. So that's why I call it Hinkfoot Studio. I know that it makes not much sense, but yeah. So, but the game name was changed. The game name was changed. A short time before I released it on Steam, because it is now possible to play it on Steam.
Yes.
Yeah, you can play it on Steam. It is released in early access, and can help with developing the game. So that's what I mean. I hear the voice of the community.
That's right. You've got a Discord server where you've people can put their ideas in there and chat about it. Talk about Ray Polly. There's a channel in your server. I've seen that. Screenshots and it's there's a little community being built there as well, isn't there? Which is really cool.
Yeah. So I have a channel on this Discord server where I have the devlog. So normally I will make a patch and make update notes on Steam. Yeah. But at this channel devlog, you can see on which part of the game I'm working at this moment. So
right.
So if I'm working on let's say on the resources, someone can say, hey, you work on the resources, why you don't put some new fruits in it or something? Yeah. So yeah. And they know every time what I do and what will come into the game. And I think this is nice, because if I'm working on something, and if you work on something and you have the idea, you want to make it simple and as simple as possible. But if you make it too simple, it is too basic. And I see the light at this moment, and I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. So if I stand here and look to the trees in the distance, I see the sun coming through, and it looks so great.
Oh yes.
These are the slightest simple moments that I like about it. So
I like how the trees all now have a glow around them. Especially this tree closest to me has this real white line around it that makes it stick. Oh, actually, all the trees are doing it now.
Yeah, everything around you in a certain distance have this whitish. It's a shader that makes it. You have it even in the grass, but not so much, because it makes too much contrast on the floor.
Yeah, I suppose. What else I was trying to get at is when you're not looking directly at the sun, you can still see there around the edge of the trees, but it's not so prominent. But when you actually look at the sun, it almost makes the trees look like they're glowing. It's a really cool effect, actually.
Yeah, this is an effect that I didn't make it. It's a side effect, you know. It's a side effect of the engine, and I liked it. So I will never change it, because it looks great. So yeah, I don't know if I have enough stuff to build something. We can build something
I've been getting some
from
fiber.
fiber and sticks. I think we have some. So
Yeah.
I will craft some foundations, I think. So where are the foundations? I has to use the filter. So they are. There they are. I don't know how big we will build, but I will make some foundations for it. The problem is if we build here, other players will see what we do.
Of course, gives a spawn point. Yeah.
Right. So I decided to make the spawn points in any of the lakes because if you go into the land and the land is big, you have a lot of place to build. So even if there are 100 players, you have not enough space to build.
Yeah, and as we found, it's actually really easy to find each other as well.
Yes, because you have some points on the map where you can say, "Hey, I'm in north of the middle of the map, so you have the biggest mountain, or I'm on the lake." So like we did before to find each other, and I was thinking about to make a roster here to a grid point, a grid. I mean,
okay,
on the map. But I think there are certain points that you can say I'm on the middle end of somewhere. But if the friend system will come into the game, I think it would make everything easier to find each other. So the other player will be you will be able to see the player on the big map. There will be a mini map as well. So I will give you the possibility to have a mini map and to decide which one you want to have. So on the top of the screen, you have this compass here. So if you said the compass is not enough for me, you can decide to make to show or to display the mini map. It's not implemented right now, but I will do this. So or you press M to have the big map.
That's cool.
And so I want to give the player a lot of possibilities to fit their needs. So at this moment, if you pick something up, it will go into the quick slots at first. But if you don't like the system, I will make it possible to say, okay, you have an option to say the items go into the main inventory first. So so that you can decide which or how you want to do this.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's
and
really cool.
I want to make a lot of settings for every aspect of the game, so that if you make a single player game or so on, you can decide how hard the game will be and so on.
Yeah.
So
well, that kind of leads me on to the next sort of thing I was going to talk about, because obviously I work for GPORTAL and I represent GPORTAL, and we are a private server or gaming server just for gaming. I can't even get right where I work from. GPORTAL, we specialize in just for gaming servers. I mean, we do dedicated, but primarily we do private servers, and we're currently on a dedicated server, aren't we?
That's right.
And so anybody who has access to this game at this moment in time can come and join. But I suppose the great thing about it, the things that you just mentioned, to tailor the game to the way you want it to be played, we're having it more difficult. That's where private servers come into the fold.
That's right. Yeah.
Was that always your vision, to have dedicated and private servers?
Oh yes. Yes. It was the idea to make the game for a multiplayer game. So I started with single player, but as I started, I said, okay, hey, I have to make this multiplayer, because I had played a lot of games by myself that are not multiplayer, but they're supposed to be multiplayer. So I said, okay, let's start with the multiplayer and then put the single player part into. You can play the game as in a single player mode, but I want to give the possibility to have a multiplayer experience of the game, so that you can build together and fight each other and so on. So that's why I said, okay, let's make it multiplayer, and it makes much more fun if you play multiplayer.
It definitely does. It definitely does.
So
right,
it gets dark now.
Yeah,
I think I have to make a torch.
How do we make a torch? Torch.
Oh, I missed out of.
Just looking for it in the.
I need sticks. So I have to grab a bush.
Torch. Here we go. Sticks and fibre. Craft it. Are we going to build here? Or are we going to move somewhere else?
I think we should go slightly in the near of the cave, I would say, because we would go into the cave later on, but so it's dark. I don't see the cave. I don't see you. So there you are.
I am.
So let's make a torch. The torch light is a bit, it's not much. I think I have to make it the area of the light be bigger.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, it's down to individual preference, I suppose.
So okay. So if we build okay.
Oh,
Careful,
who's
the
that?
goblins have torches too.
Oh yeah. Oh, nearly.
Okay. The problem is PvP is on every time. So
Okay, so did I hit you? Sorry.
no, you don't hit me. I
Right.
think the goblin has catched the damage. So I think we should go.
Yeah, follow you.
Here it looks. Here is okay because the water is not too far away and it's plain here, so you can build even if it's not plain. But
yeah.
Let's build here. I will start to. There.
Okay. There
Search.
we go.
I don't know if we.
Oh wow, you crafted quite a lot. I did one platform and you've done loads.
I collected a lot of, but that's all I have.
Right. Let's.
So in the game it is I think 15 minutes. Yeah, it's 15 minutes night and 45 minutes day.
Yeah.
Because the nighttime is important too, but I think if the nighttime is too long, it is not so easy to play it because there are some random events at this moment. I implemented 2 random events in the game.
Okay.
I think we should see 1.5 hours.
Oh.
I hope we see it.
Where did you want to put the door?
Okay. I have to collect some resources. But I chopped some wood so I can make stick out of it. Where do I have the sticks? There they are. Oh, I can make 333. but I don't want this much. I think 50 over the crafting time is huge. 5 seconds for 1 stick. For 2 sticks. For 2 sticks. You get 2 sticks out of 1 wood, so yeah, we have to wait, so let's
just looking to
level up. Oh, I'm level 6 now.
Oh, same.
I had this strange noise if you level up and this particle effect, but someone told me it was a bit too much.
Okay.
Because if you're leveling up and the sound comes around and you're so concentrated, it jump scares you. So I decided to make.
Admit, yeah. I mean, something like that could absolutely. I have to admit, the first time I ever broke a rock, it made me jump.
So yeah, jump scares too. So makes let's say it's a horror genre too. So. But I think if the special event that is in the game at this moment that will come in 1.5 hours,
right?
It will scare you much, I think. But this is something I wanted. This is not this is something I wanted because you have to be prepared for it or you have to watch out.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spoil too much, so we will see if it comes around. So. Okay, I have some sticks now. Fiber is enough, I guess. So you made okay. At least we are not friends because the friend system is not in the game. So we have to make a sphere. I miss. One moment, I have to kill 1 goblin because I need copper
I've got
ore.
some copper. I can drop it.
Oh, you got some copper, so
There we go.
okay, I'm coming for it. Thank you. So I will make a user sphere, so I have to make some plank. So if you want to craft something the fast way, you can just type in the number and press enter, so you can craft faster than pressing the button or something.
Okay.
Someone asked for it because
Yeah.
he wanted to press enter for crafting, so I decided to implement. It's a simple thing. So
yeah, absolutely. Did you craft a sphere? No, not yet.
No, I have to wait for the
I've run out of fiber.
planks. So okay, now I'll craft some. So you need the sphere to claim the building. That means you can build there, but I cannot interact with it. I can make it. I can hit it, yeah, but I don't want it at this moment. But I can't use doors or so on. So if you add yourself to the claim sphere, you are able to interact with items. So I can open the door now.
Yeah.
And so on. That's a system that you saw in other games like Ark or Rust and so on.
Yeah.
So I decided to implement it too, to have access or the possibility to make a team. And so let's see. Which level you are right now?
I'm 6.5.
6.5. Okay, so me too. So you made much more than me.
I have to admit I do like the balance at this moment in time, because the amount of games I've played where it's an open world survival game where you have to build to survive. Some games you have to spend hours in game before you can actually build anything, and I know we've been playing this for what, 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think.
But we've been chatting for a lot of it. So, and we're half built a house.
Yes, right. This is something I wanted because I saw it in other games. They do it well, but I decided to make it possible to build houses in an early state, because if a lot of players play on a map, you always have to hide, and all your stuff will gone if they kill you, and so you have the possibility to have a house in a real early state to save your goods. But I think at this moment there are no traps and so on. The other players can raid your house. This is possible at this moment. Right. They can do it quick if you build out of trick.
Okay.
But you can upgrade the build parts to wood and stone. That means it will take more time to raid you. Later on, you will have traps for keeping them away and so on.
Yeah.
But you will have on the other side siege weapons too. So that means you have to be prepared for everything.
So obviously you have a plan at this moment in time. Has it changed during the development? Your overall vision of the game, has it completely changed, or is it the same? You just
no, it changed. Yeah, it changed a lot. I had my concept at the beginning. Yeah. So at first I wanted to have a story that guides everyone and so on. And I started to make a story, but the story it does not fit into the setting of the game. And as I said earlier, I made it single player, but I decided to make it multiplayer first. There were a lot of problems at the start of the beginning of the game with multiplayer. There were a lot of bugs, and it worked. It does work. You had the possibility to play together with one other player, and this was a big issue. At this moment, you can play with a lot of players, so you can host a game. If you don't want to play on a dedicated server, you can host a game for other players. That means 5 players can play together if you host one game.
Okay.
So that you have friends and said, okay, but this makes some problems because the host has to be online, so other players cannot play the game. So I decided to say, okay, you have the possibility to host a game, and you have the possibility to have dedicated servers where you can join every time you want.
That's the beauty of having those two things, and yeah, for me, the ability to have your own private world with your friends or a clan or a community or anything like that, over your vanilla experiences on dedicated servers, I think is golden these days for game development.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I made 3 more of them. Of the ceilings. I should we make a stair thing?
Are we putting a flat roof on, or is that it?
It's a flat roof, but we can I think we can do.
I don't have any planks.
I think I have something that is better. We don't have to make a stair. We can make another way. So let's make this.
Aha.
Yeah, the animation is okay to walk, but at the top you will see the animation is not the best. I will implement a better animation if you reach the top of it, because you hanging around there in the air, and it's not the best, but I will fix this in the future. So we need 1 more, I think. I will do this.
Yeah, I'm low on resources, I think.
Yeah, you if you have not enough sticks, you can make sticks from wood.
Yes, absolutely, yes, you can.
But fiber is a lot of fiber here in the world, but
yeah, I haven't got a lot of fiber.
I try to make it less in resource costs, because if you're playing on a PvP server, you were on a trip to get some resources and you get killed and everything is lost, and some players don't like this. So I said let's make it lesser in cost. But yeah. So I'm level 7 now.
You're ahead of me. I need a little bit more fiber and I can make a stone sword.
Yeah, stone sword. I think I will make a bow. So let's see.
I'm not a very good shot, so I think I will stick to the close range weapons.
That's. I think I'm the only one who can handle the bow at this moment, because it's a bit strange. I will change this in the future so that you can aim a lot much better. So. Yeah. At this moment, you only have to press the left mouse button and you shoot the arrow. But I want to give you the possibility to aim. You can aim, but you don't have the possibility to press the left mouse button and shoot if you release the left mouse button.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. Again, it's. I suppose it's how accessible you want to make it, because I think I could be good at it if I practiced, and I think in a reality, shooting a bow is an element of skill. Anyone can swing a sword. Obviously, if you're in a sword fight,
that's right. Yeah.
If you're in a sword fight, there's going to be skill. But if I'm just going to swing a sword at something, anyone can do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe you have got it right there.
Yeah, maybe. So this is if you try to make something or to implement something, you have to think about how is the technical part behind this.
Yes.
So do you want to make it the way other games do it, or do you want to make it different? So at this moment, it is different from other games because you only press the left mouse button and the arrow is going through the air. You shoot with the arrow. But I think everyone is comfortable with the systems out there, so I think I should not change the systems because everyone knows them. And I want to make it similar to the other games. So let's see if I hit. No, I missed the shot, so... It's not easy. So I can shoot players. That's not a problem. But animals are The
a bit
AI
smaller.
is very random at walking around. So
The fox is fast as well.
yeah, but he can be sticked in at some places like you saw on. I think I get the hide. Yeah, got it. So I think I should make some armory. I'm walking around naked here. So and I think we should make some sleeping bags as well, because
Yes.
if we're walking around the map, we should not find the.
Yeah. Sleeping bag is rope and fiber, isn't it?
So I think one sleeping bag should fit, because you only have to set a spawn point and then you have it on your compass.
Yes.
So let's see if I can craft one. I think I can do. Where is it? There it is.
Have you got enough?
I think I have to make a search bar for the crafting menu, so that you could type in something, and I think it would be great to have like 7 days to die. You know what I mean? So
yes, good idea.
you have the search bar on top of the crafting system, of the crafting menu. I mean, so there it is. Let's put it here in this corner. So home point. So
lovely. Spawn point set.
Okay. So yeah, let's see what we have here in the inventory. I think I should talk about one special thing, because it is different as in other games. If you open your inventory, you have the slot on the right side where you have the torch in it.
Yes.
So that means you have the possibility to put a torch or a shield. Later on, you can craft shields to protect you a bit more. And the special thing about it is because you don't want to have it every time in your hand, like the torch and so on. So in other games, you have to put off the item on the slot. And I decided to say, okay, you have to press a button to apply this slot. So if you press Q, you have the possibility to ignite the torch or take it off. So that's the same with the shields. And I think, see?
I think it's good. I like it. I like the simplicity of it doesn't take up something in your hotbar with your 8 quick items.
Right.
So yeah, I like the fact that it's something extra. It doesn't have to be there. It's like my 9th item almost.
yeah, right. So let's see where we are on the map. So the map is big, but at this moment the middle part of the map is only playable. You can go to the other islands, but the green lands, I call it, in the middle of the map is the starting area.
Yeah.
And I think it's big enough to start.
Yeah, easily. Yes. Yeah, you can see the size of the map.
Yeah.
I'm just looking around it now. Yeah, definitely. I've got an extra. I've got the house, the spawn point on the map, and because I stumbled across the cave early before we started recording, I have that on the map as well.
Yeah. Everything you discover at this map, it's a cave or something else, you will see it on the map. I think if you discover something, you would not forget about the place. So if I go to the cave here to see, there's a cave. I don't want to go inside, but just
we're right next to the cave, aren't we?
So and it is really dark if you go inside.
Shall we go in? There's nothing. It's no goblins in it, right? Is there?
There are not goblins at this moment, but they will be in the future.
Yeah.
So that means not only goblins, there will be animals as well, like bears or other stuff that's really that you have to be careful of.
Yeah.
So at this moment, you have only resources here like copper, stone, and some iron. Not every cave has iron in it because it's a starting area. Iron should be in the next biome, but because of the fact that the starting area is the only thing I'm working on at the moment, I decided to make the iron here too.
Yeah.
So, oh, okay. There's a little problem with this.
I just
There-
noticed.
yeah. I think I made new types of it, and I
Yeah.
saw yeah. Okay,
If I could walk straight through it.
there's no collision at this moment. There should, but okay, yeah. The caves are really new, and
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
didn't test
Yeah.
them much, but
No. So can you get?
Fixed.
Is there one way out through this cave, or is it? Oh, well, it's a big circle.
and
big
yeah,
donut, yeah.
it's a big circle. Some
Yeah.
of them are not big,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this is the small one. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a small one, but here's another way. So
Ah, okay.
like I said, I don't know how to walk into the caves. Here's another room that's
Wow.
bigger.
Yeah.
So yeah, the caves are unique. That's not copy and pasting.
Mm-hmm.
So I hate copy and pasting things. So if I play a game where everything is similar,
yes.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
So I decided to make everything a bit unique.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this the cave here. Some caves have two entrances. So here's iron, but I can't hit it. I can't hit it. Yeah, it's so sad. So yeah, these are the caves. Shader in this cave is not the best at this moment because the light is emitting a bit through the map.
Yeah. So yeah. I wondered. I was like, I wondered why it was light up there, but yeah.
So that's the cave that the last cave I made before I patched the game. So I think it's much more. That this is a 2 entrance.
And this is one of the
cave.
smaller caves, did you say?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I don't know each of them. Yeah. I think we are on the other point now.
Are
Or
we?
do we?
No, that's our house there. No.
Nah. There's the house.
Yeah.
This cave has 2 entrances. I think on the other
Okay.
side, where the other
Yeah.
lake is. That's the other entrance. So yeah, that's one cave. There is a boss cave that is really huge. So the boss is not in the game at this moment, but he will in the next weeks. And you have to do some stuff to get to the boss. That means you have to go through the cave, do something to open the gate for the boss,
Oh.
and so on. We have to be careful. But
We
you
have
don't hit me.
there needs to be teamwork.
You did not hit me, so
No, you hit
it's
me.
okay. Oh, I'm sorry. But I think I made not too much damage because of the club. I know why I do not make a stone sword. So let's see if I can some clothes. So let's go ahead. I think we should see some. I don't know where the villages are. So let's see. Okay. I know where one of them.
Yep.
One of the village are.
Okay, let's go.
But there are no goblins at this moment, but they will be.
Yeah.
But I can show you.
The game's on the Unreal Engine, the 4, Unreal Engine 4 at the moment, isn't it?
You're right.
Yeah.
I use the Unreal Engine 4 because I like the way the working with the engine it's so fast, and you can do a lot of stuff in short time by making presets and so on, and change one thing to make a lot more. So I had the choice to make it in Unity. I had to make it in Unity. Some people said make it in Unity and so on, but I'm not familiar with Unity. So
Yeah.
Before I started the game, I worked a lot on the Unreal Engine to get familiar with it.
Okay.
So I think we got there you are. So I decided to make it in Unreal because I like their how could I say?
I don't know.
I try to explain. As I started the game,
Yeah.
I have worked with it a long time. So Unreal Engine was the first engine that was free for all.
Yeah.
free before Unity was. So that's the main reason why I chose Unreal, because you had to pay for Unreal, for not for Unreal, for Unity. At this moment, I worked with an engine, so I decided to use Unreal Engine and get familiar with it. And why shouldn't I do a game in Unreal? Some people said, don't do this, do multiplayer games in Unreal. That's so huge and so on. Unreal can handle this, but I think Unreal can handle this.
Yeah, there are a lot of games coming out these days with Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, and it has a reason.
Yeah, and there's open world survival games, there's third person, there's first person, there's racing games, I think it's a very, it's an engine that really doesn't, I don't think it restricts
make
your creation.
Right.
So how have you found the implementation with of servers with GPORTAL, and has there been any issue with the Unreal Engine 4 and what we offer?
I think it's great because setting up a server is always a part that is not so easy if you don't know how to handle it.
Yeah.
But GPORTAL gives me the possibility to test everything I made. So that means they give the possibility to have a server.
Yeah.
And they said, we can do this for you, and if you need help, you can get help. So and this is something I really like, because if you do everything by your own, on your own, and try to make something realistic for this that you want to do, GPORTAL gives the that's the part.
That was loud.
Yeah, that's right. So
I can see it in the sky.
There's this is one event. This is a meteoroid.
Was it a meteorite? Was it? It
So
said dragon mother. I think it said.
No, I think both of them are spawning at the same time. So we have to be careful, because the dragon mother, as the information says, is now spawned, and they will go around the map. But do we play the game 1 hour now? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So that's right. I mean, we in regard to its servers.
Right. And it was simple. It was very simple to do this, and GPORTAL has a lot of possibilities, or they gave a lot of possibilities to me, and how can I say this? This is not. It's not usual to have someone that just says, okay, here you have possibility to have this, and don't have to pay for it.
We may be crazy. I don't know.
The dragon mother is right on the way to us, so we have to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a goblin down here as well.
Okay. So if you look to the south.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
Fireballs.
She saw me.
I'm mate. Can I hide behind trees?
Yeah, you can hide as well. So.
Oh wow. That's the first time I'm seeing this. So there's no way to attack it at this moment in time.
Yeah, at this moment not, but I want to make this possible.
Yeah.
So let's wait until she's gone. So
gone.
Now we can walk.
Cool.
So it's very dangerous, because if you don't have any armory on your on your character, so you will die instantly. So we walk in the wrong direction.
Where are we going now?
I try to find you. One moment. I hear you.
Yeah, I've just.
There you are.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So you were right. I was wrong. So, you mean the implementation of the game to the server, or you? Or...
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, has there been any difficulties? And if somebody was thinking of creating their own game with Unreal Engine 4, is there any sort of knowledge that you've learned? Any
Yes,
key
you
pieces of
have
wisdom?
you have to learn how to make dedicated servers. Yeah, that's right. And it was not easy for me to do this because I was not familiar with dedicated servers. So
Yeah.
that's to be honest, it was a really hard part to make this. But I decided to go straight into it and learn about dedicated servers. And it was very simple to make the dedicated server on the GPORTAL server, because I just had to do two things to make it possible.
Really?
Yeah, for something except of the configuration inside the engine. I think I don't have to let me think about it. Oh, the dragon has come again.
Oh,
that was close.
That was very close.
Okay, she's gone. This is something I wanted to implement because I saw that this is something similar to the helicopter in Rust in the old days.
Yeah. Look at this.
But the dragon will have more functionality later on. So this is one of the goblin forts. They are only the fort, no goblins at this moment, but there will be.
So was that a coincidence that there was two goblins outside, or was that did you put them there?
There will be stationary.
Yeah.
That means they will protect the village, and they will respawn at a certain time and so on.
Yeah.
Because they will protect some really good stuff that you can gather from them. This is what planned. So that you have to do something or free the people because you can rebuild a town. So maybe it is planned to free the villagers.
Yeah. So
that they spawn in the rebuilded town. So if we it's a long way to go to the town. So
another goblin behind you.
Oh, no problem. They cannot hurt me. I will hit her. So the multiplayer part was really easy to implement the server on the GPORTAL server. I just had to put the server on and start it. That was the two things I have to do.
Okay.
I made the server user friendly.
Yeah.
So if the server files are accessible later on, you only have to download it, and you want to make a root server or so on. But later on, you have the possibility to host your servers on GPORTAL. This is what is planned. So you can get the servers on GPORTAL, not at this moment, but later on, I will make this possible, so that you can make your own community server, and you can set everything you want, like the difficulty and the dragon spawn, because it was really loud. I think I have to make it a bit quieter.
That was very loud. What's going on?
As I made it, it was not so loud because I think I had the headphones weren't loud enough to. I have to tweak it. So I hope it does scare you, but I hope your ears are not hurt.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's the thing with the GPORTAL control panel, because it's all web based. No, a user doesn't have to download any additional software to change any of those, these elements, these controls of the game that you're on about. That it's all done on the website. Yeah. So it's really cool. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. It's completely left me. That dragon has literally put me off my stride.
Oh, there are two caves in here.
Are they?
One right in front of me and left, on the left hand side. I made. So let's see.
Yeah, one over there. Yeah.
I think it's the boss cave.
Ah.
Yeah. It's the entrance
with
here.
No boss at the moment. Is that an entrance?
There's over there's the entrance. Just follow me and I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
The boss is not inside the game at this moment. There was a possibility as I started the game.
Yeah.
You had to do something, and then you have the access to the cave. But now I make it different. You have access to the cave at any time. So I'm right behind you.
Okay.
So
Yep. So yeah, I was. I keep seeing things. And I go, oh, I should have that.
I have to eat something. So if we go inside, the cave is really big. I can say the cave is really, really big. So I don't know if I if we go through it the whole way. So if we are inside, I think we should not able to go
Upstairs.
outside. But yeah, this is the part where it gets interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
So I think we will make the quick way.
Well, you know the way.
This is the only cave I think I know. So no, I don't know. I see everything inside the editor from top view.
Yeah.
You know, so it's difficult to play the game. So that's why I like to play my own game.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, because I discover everything by my own and in a different view.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. If you don't play the game yourself, then you know you don't know, for instance, if the game's even enjoyable.
Yeah, I can enjoy my own caves. I think we here. Yeah, that's the way. So this, if you reach this stairs with these carpets on it, you know, okay, the boss is not far away. So this is the boss room. They are not much inside it because the boss will be a bit big.
So what's the boss going to be?
The boss will be a big rock monster.
A rock monster.
The first boss will be a rock monster.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is the room where you will beat him. But it will not be easy because he will throwing stones in your direction and will hit you and make some ultimate attacks. So that means you have to be prepared for him.
And I suppose this is where really, you know, it's advantageous to have people in a team or a squad.
Yeah, that's right. You can beat him by your own if you know how to react on his attacks and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So that means if you learn how to fight him, you will kill him by your own.
Right.
On your own.
Yeah.
So if you team up with someone, and that's what it's about. Now I want to try to make PvE PvP based gameplay.
Yeah.
So that even if you try to make the boss, if you try to beat the boss and no one else will help you, of your friends, you have the possibility to team up with some other player.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's really cool.
So it's progress based. The bosses are progress based. That means you have to learn from it. So like in Dark Souls, you have to see which attacks and so on does he have.
Yeah. And I suppose you can't take on the this rock monster until you've ranked up enough. For instance, your weapons or your armor won't be good enough.
If you have the iron weapons, it will be easier.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It will be easier. So it's progress based in your level and so on. I think if you are level 2, you should not go in there. You can beat him with level 2. It's no problem if you know how to do this.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not necessary to be level 30 or some higher level to beat bosses, and that means you have the possibility to do everything at every moment, even if you started. So let's see. We have to go around this.
Okay.
And if we go around, you see the clouds of the
volcanoes.
Volcano biome.
Yeah. So we discussed very briefly or a little bit about these test servers that we can GPORTAL can provide, where you can essentially see how your game runs on a remote server, not a device, a system in your own office or something actually remote. And that's not the only thing that we offer for free. Sorry, I can't talk and fight at the same time, apparently.
You're not the only one. I can do as well.
So yeah, I mean, we do this license share program where we pay 0.006 of a euro for a private server to be rented.
Right, and this is something I really like because it would be expensive for a studio, a one-man studio.
Yeah, I mean, so it's I would say it's not even a double. I'm going to use English terminology here, and it might not even translate very well into German. But I would call it a double whammy. It's basically where one thing is actually it's really good in two ways, and sometimes even more. So, in relation to the private servers, it alleviates the demand for dedicated servers in to a degree. So, if your game is really, really popular, there could be, or there might well be, a higher demand for people to create private servers, and then and they, as you know, private servers aren't always just there for individual communities. They're sometimes open for anybody to come and join, and they go hand in hand with the dedicated servers. And also, so you've got that alleviation of demand on your dedicated servers, but this license share program, it is also an extra source of revenue as well, which
I think it's a handshake. And that's what I really like, because you get something and you can share something, and okay, the dragon.
Okay, yeah, it's back again. I'm gonna hide.
He will fly around for 20 minutes, so
that's been longer than 20 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but but if he will fly around the whole map, so that means you will see him 2 or 3 times. But he will fly to random spawn to random points on the map that I made.
Yeah.
So now it's gone. We can. So there's another village. So, but at this moment they look very similar. At this moment, I hate it when everything looks similar, like I said before. But at this time, they're only placeholders. Yeah. So I just copy and paste them, but I will change the look and the way it will look in the end. So I hope we're getting to the over there's the town.
I've lost you.
Okay. Well, come back.
No, yes. I'll get busy harvesting.
GPORTAL gives a lot of possibilities to me, and I'm really thankful for it, because if you start in a game, it is always hard to advertise something and make it possible, because GPORTAL has influencers that can play the game and show them to their communities, and that's a big deal, I think.
That's right. Because we've got 500 of them.
Yeah, and that's a lot, and this gives the possibility to advertise your game and to get growth.
Yes, it's marketing promotion has definitely changed over the years. I'm going to quote something I wrote in an article a few months ago. Do you obviously remember Street Fighter 2 from Capcom? Yeah. Right. So one of the things that they did to advertise the game was to sponsor a car at Daytona.
Okay.
Now that was early 90s, and then of course things have changed over the years. Where there was, I think, 10 years ago, everyone was hot on Facebook ads. If you wanted to promote something or get people to be interested in something, everyone was on Facebook, and Facebook was a new thing. And there was a lot of products and technology and all sorts of things being advertised on Facebook. But in recent years, it's now, game studios have started to realise that people watch their favourite games being played when they can't play the game themselves, or if they're looking to their favourite streamer to get a review of a game. Even
yes,
They go to they go on to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Gaming. There's various different types of platforms, and that's basically what's where GPORTAL came along a couple of years ago and realised that this is something that actually would benefit studios hugely, the ones we work with, and we do work with a lot of indie studios now. Oh, you got a shield.
Yeah.
And having these 500 influencers in 30 different countries, who speak 12 different languages and have a combined audience of 10 million, that can really help grow the awareness and help you gain traction at launch as well.
This is something I really like, because like I said before, it is really hard to make to advertise your game and share it to others, because the interest is a small part. You may make a game, show it, and someone sees, and okay, I saw it, and that was it. So if the influencers are making a video of it or stream it on Twitch or the other platforms, you have this advertising, because they have a lot of viewers, and this is what GPORTAL gives to me, the possibility to share it and to make it greater for in growth, is to show it to a lot of people, and this is something I really like.
And of course, we charge a lot of money for that, obviously.
I
joke.
And this is something you have to know. If you are a developer of a game, and someone came across and said, "Here, no problem, I will do it for you." You have to know that there's money in the background that will run, and you have to make your homework for this. So.
Yes. Yeah, it's just I joke. It doesn't cost. Just to clarify, it doesn't cost. Doesn't cost anything.
I don't pay anything, but
it's just something that we wanted to do as one of just the many things that we can help a game like yours gain more traction. Because at the end of the day, I was trying to explain this to someone recently. It's like, so hang on a minute, you give away servers for testing for free, you don't charge for those. So that's correct. And you pay studios for games to be played, their own games to be played on your servers. I was like, that's correct. You give us free DDoS protection, and 500 partnered influencers. How do you make money? And once I explained it, this is everything that we do is to help promote the game, to make the game more successful, because the more successful the game is, the more private servers will be rented, and that's where GPORTAL makes their revenue. And
this is and this is something I really like, the honest. This is an honest I'm sorry.
Description?
Description, right? Yeah. It's an honest description of how you're doing stuff. You promote the game to get to make it bigger, and to sell the service, and that's really honest and obvious, I think. But that's okay. That's the handshake.
Yes.
And this is the system. A lot of other promoters have to do this, I think. So it is not even easy to be a single producer of anything, even if it's music or something else. Ah, she hits me.
She got one blow in.
So, because we are here on the town, I have to explain.
Yes, exactly. We came to the town, and then we didn't do anything about it.
Yes, it's no problem. We have time. We have enough time.
I know why I didn't prompt you, because you've explained it to me previously when I've jumped onto a game with you previously. So tell me about this little town. What's it all about?
This little town is not ready at this moment, but you can do something here. You see this ghostly buildings.
Yes.
And if you go to the building, and you will see that you can rebuild. So that's what the game is about, to rebuild things
Yeah.
and use the houses or whatever it is to rebuild and use it. So that means if you rebuild something, there will be NPCs in it that you can interact, and they will help you in some points. There you will have the possibility to trade with them.
Yeah.
And this is something that's not implemented right now. You cannot trade at this moment, but it will be possible to trade with NPCs and even with other players. So that means you have a marketplace here and at the center, then where you can trade with other players. So that makes it simple to get resources you don't want together, because it needs time. You need time for this.
Yeah.
And
Would
if
you
you don't have
envisage this
time,
as a safe zone? So once you're in this town, once it's been rebuilt, for instance, I couldn't come up to you and kill you with my sword.
that's right. But
Yeah.
at this moment, you
I
should
would-
not
yeah.
attack me because it's not implemented right now that you cannot hit someone else. You
Yeah.
cannot build here, so that's implemented right now. You
Right.
cannot build here, but you can you can hit other players at this moment, but it will
Yeah.
not be possible in the future because it makes no sense. I want to make safe zones for the players so that they can meet and talk and so on. Yeah. So if we to rebuild something, you only have to craft the part you see at this. In this case, you need the foundations, the foundation stairs, the walls, and so on. You have to craft them. In this case, you need wood. So
Planks,
I need, but I don't. We have the. I have to look. Let's see if I can make a workbench. So let's try this. So I have to only have to gather some wood.
I've got 809 logs.
Oh, I have 505. Why
Okay.
should I?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So okay, I will make some. Do we have? There, the workbench needs 35 planks, so I have to make planks. So that will need some time. So, okay. In the moment, crafts the planks. I can say if you rebuild a house, you can interact with the door, so you can go inside. I don't want to give you the. I want to give you any possibility that is possible. So that means if you rebuild a house, you can go into it. You can enter the house and you can interact with any stuff that is in the house. So I played a lot of games where you have houses that you can't enter.
Yes, it's very frustrating. Yeah.
And it's because of some restrictions the engines have, and some studios said, okay, it's not necessary to go inside a house or something, but even if it's not necessary, I will make it possible because you have to do this.
Yeah.
You have to be possible to do this. So why not? That's what the studio is about. The games that the studio will make, because there are future plans, but not at this moment because I work on I can only work on one project. It's not fair enough to say I work on 2 or 3 other projects. That's not possible to do this.
Well, you're only one person.
Yeah, but I can do a lot of stuff in really short time. I mean, if I can, because I have a job. Yeah, but in the free time, I will always be on the project, and that means I have a 16-hour. I would say a 16-hour job. Yeah, 2 jobs at this moment. One is for the money. One is for the pleasure.
So currently the game is available on Steam as early access.
Yeah, that's right.
When do you think the game? Because from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think even once you have the game ready for, I suppose, full release, it will still be developed from there on. Is that right?
Yeah.
So when do you think the game might be available on full release? When are you expecting? Is it next year, 2021, or?
I would say it is planned to 2021. So, but I to be honest, I cannot say if this is the point where where the game is full released. You can play it now to have the possibility to early access. You have the early access possibility, but the full release is planned for 2021.
Yeah.
Maybe 2022. So
Okay.
I think this is the window of time where I can say the game will be on full release. So maybe in 1 year the game is in a beta. So early access is always alpha gameplay and so on, because everything or almost everything is placeholding and so on. And I will implement a lot of stuff, and then I will change to the placeholder to make the stuff really cool. But I try to make it in a good way. And when I start something, that means if I make the towns, I want to give the possibility to interact with it. So I did this. You have the possibility to rebuild buildings there. There will be other spots that you have to rebuild. The town is only the first thing you can rebuild. There will be a lot of other stuff. So yeah, I noticed you see the moon.
Yes, I was just you were talking about cool things, and I didn't want to interrupt you. I was like, well, we looked at the sun earlier, and now we look at the moon.
Beautiful moments to take their time. So.
The moon is it's a 2-dimensional graphic, isn't it? From what you said before, it's not 3-dimensional.
It's 2-dimensional. Yeah.
But yeah, there was a deer when you were talking. There was a deer walking across, and again, it's just it was glowing blue. It's these little things that really make this game. I think the lighting. I think you've got the lighting absolutely spot on in a lot of ways. Okay, yeah, the balance sometimes when I go in the shade, in the shadow. Might be slightly off, but you can't deny that it's not, not a pretty looking game.
Yes, I think at the beginning of the game, as I started the game, I had no shader and so on, and I said, how can a game look this shitty? So, so I said, let's work on the shading. It's really, really important. Yeah. So if you can see how the game looks without the shaders. So if you turn your graphics to ultra low,
right,
you will see how the game will look without the shaders.
I don't think I want to do that.
And this is only I just wanted to give the older systems possibility to play it, but it don't look good if you don't have the shaders on. So. Later on, my PC don't have RTX inside.
Okay, yeah.
And it's okay because I wanted to make the game without it. But later on, I want to make it on. I just wait for the next generation of the graphics cards.
Yeah.
And maybe RTX shadows will be inside the game because it will make this.
Are we talking
even
about ray
greater.
Tracing here? Are we talking ray tracing?
Yeah.
Yes, ray tracing is quite impressive. So yeah, that would be something else.
at the moment, it is not in the game. I think some of the RTX users that have the possibility to ray trace have a different view of the game, because some of the ray trace shaders are on at this moment.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a graphics card with ray tracing, I was
gonna say I've got an RTX 2070 in my machine that I'm using at the moment. Maybe I've not got turned on. Maybe I haven't got it turned on. That'd be interesting.
I was a bit confused. I didn't do anything, and I'm leveling up, but I'm crafting right now. So
yes. How many are you? I was gonna suggest making a cutting block. Is that what you were doing next?
No, I just for showing purposes, I want to make I have a little problem here. If you interact with the workbench,
yes,
normally you have the window where you have the crafting system, but you have to Yeah, and this is something I have to
Yeah, you
change.
have to
It's really
click on
quick.
inventory and then back
Yeah,
into
just
yeah.
right, and then you have the crafting menu there. This is something I forget about as I changed it. So yeah, I'm making mistakes, but I'm be honest.
Yeah, and there's another goblin. I'll go to dispatch.
So let's see if I can make some. Yeah, I'll make foundations just for showing the rebuilding process. It's really simple to do this.
Yeah.
Just crafting, go to the spot and just interact with the ghostish object here. So if I do this, so
lovely.
it's like building your house, you
Yeah.
know, but with fixed points.
The plan is already there.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you rebuild the door, I think this is a wood door. Let's see if I can craft a wood door. I think no, I cannot. I don't have the resources, so I will do something next. One moment. I want to make some planks. So yeah, this is almost everything that is possible in this game at this moment. You can raid other players, you can interact with them, you can kill them, you can play together. That's what I really wanted. This is the plan for the game, that you more like PvE, but you have the possibility to PvP.
Yeah.
That means that this game is not PvP based. It will have its own PvP game mode. That means there is something planned in the future that you...
Okay.
Yeah, that means it's not only the dedicated server thing. So there are some game modes planned, but this have to be later on if the multiplayer is ready to go. So I have a lot of plans for this game. And I have a Trello board with the stuff that I want to put into the game. So that means random events like this dragon that was flying around is one random event, or the meteor that was flying around. I don't know where it landed.
So what would happen? What would happen with that where the meteor lands?
You can go to the spot, and then you have the meteor on the ground.
Right.
You can interact with it, and there were random items at this moment.
Okay, so that iron and copper and that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's right. Yeah. At this moment, there will be other stuff inside,
Yeah.
but at this moment there are, I think, 100 items in the game, or 152 items in the game. With build parts included, so that means there are a lot of build parts. That means the most stuff is build part stuff. So
I think it's worthwhile pointing out, which I really like this feature in this game, is that you've made wooden foundations there, and before our house we built, it was a mixture of sticks and fibre. You don't have to dismantle your house to rebuild it with better material, which I think is really cool. You can just upgrade it with the hammer.
Yeah, right.
Which I think is so good. And then you've got stone over above and beyond the wood and the planks, which is really cool. Is there anything above stone? I can't remember.
Stone is yeah. You have the possibility to make something to stone. So like the foundations and all the other stuff, even every part is upgradable. The highest tier at this moment is stone. So that means fiber, wood, and stone. And you can pick up everything you build. You can pick up or destroy. That's your choice. Except of the build parts. The build parts are only destroyable if you build something and you made something wrong. You have to dismantle it. But I want to give the possibility to turn if you pick the wrong side, so that you have the possibility to turn. It's not possible at the moment, but later on it will.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I have to make the shop sound a bit louder. I hear the swing sound, but not the shopping sound.
The chopping, yeah, I can.
Chopping, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know.
So. I think for upgrading we should go back to the other spot. So and
yes,
and I see we have discovered some caves and the town and so on on the map. You can see it, so that you can find a spot and so on. That's something I really wanted, because in other games you have the spots and you have to remember where they are. I don't like it. Like in Skyrim, if you discovered something, you have the point on your map, and then that's what I really like. There will be the possibility to fast travel, but there will be specific spots for it, so like portals.
Yeah. Would there be an in-game currency for that as well? Would it cost the player anything to do it, or would it just be
I think rebuilding the portal is much. It's really expensive then.
Okay.
So that means that you have to rebuild the portals on the first side and on the other side, so that you are able to travel around the map. Only if you have, if both of them are rebuilded. So I think it will take a lot of time to do this. So I don't think it will have any price to travel.
No, okay, but it's still you've still got to earn it, haven't you? That's the thing there, I suppose, is that because you'll have to build both ends.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I think I will. There's a combo system at this moment that is not fitting inside the setting, I think, because if you're running around and you're hitting, you will stand there and stuck on the place, and this is something that is not very effective. I think.
I'm nearly dead.
Oh no. Okay.
Right, I'm just gonna eat.
That's funny. You said you were already dead, and I almost hit you. So.
No, I could just go back to what I was saying. Yeah, I like the fact. Oh, there's a lot of goblins here.
Yeah, someone asked about having more goblins in the game, so I said, okay, if you want more goblins, you get more goblins. So they want to level faster. The fastest way to level in this game is by defeating the goblins.
Okay.
Or crafting.
Yeah.
So crafting and defeating are the fastest ways.
Oh, goblin behind you.
Oh, okay. It's funny, the sound is made by me, so I have to pitch my voice and give it an effect. So
that's your voice.
That's my voice, yeah. A lot of sounds are made by me. Not everything, but a lot of sounds, like the bush sound, the pickup sound of stones, and so on.
Okay. How did you make those noises? Give an example. How did you do the picking up noise?
Pickup noise for the stone. I have a box. I have a box for. I have to say it's not positive for everyone, but I'm a smoker, so I have a box for the scene.
Okay.
And the sound of the closing this box is similar to this. So I pick the sound and make an effect of it on it, so that it sounds like you pick up a rock and put it on a bag where rock's inside. So yeah. It's not the perfect sound of it, but I think it fits.
Yeah, it definitely fits. Absolutely.
So the arrow shooting sound are made by my mouth, and so yeah. I don't have everything, so I have to improv to make something with less stuff. So I have not a lot of money to make to buy everything. So there are still assets in the game. To be honest, there are assets in the game, but I replaced them step by step. Everything you see now is made by me. So all the trees.
How do you make the whooshing noise with the swords and the weapons?
With a mouse. So if you make if you make the swish sound, you know what I mean. Yeah. So you have to with effects on it. I think I picked up a stone instead of a bush, and for you the model is still there. So yeah, this is a little bug from the pickup system here. That means the trace for it is not perfectly, so I have to fix this. It's something to be honest I put on the list, but it is not the highest point on the list. So yeah, So why can I not? I can interact with this, but not with this. So let's see if I
Can you claim it again?
Oh, be careful! I hit. Yeah, okay. This is something I have to fix. This. It's a timing problem. So yeah, a simple thing.
Yeah.
There are still bugs in this game. To be honest, I have a lot of. At this moment, there are a lot of French people playing this game because a French YouTuber made a video and there were over 200 French guys that came into the game, and they really helpful. I have to say, players that play the game are really helpful because they send bug reports. You have the possibility to send a bug report. If you press escape, you have the bug report. I think that leads you to the Info Studio site, and there you have a formula where you can describe the bug and so on. Or you have the possibility to type a message in the Discord server. I'm there available at any time, I think, except of sleeping time. So even if I'm on my usual job, I can text back if you have a question or do you find a bug.
Yeah.
So I'm available, and it is community based, and this is much important. Community basement is the word for the game, as we talked about before, or at the start of this year.
Yeah.
This chat here.
It's incredibly important to have a community around a game. Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Right, we were gonna upgrade this house.
Yeah, I forgot. So we talk.
I'm creating some planks at the moment, so I can make a table, a crafting table.
I have one wood foundation, so I can upgrade this part here. So it's simple to use the hammer and upgrade it. It's similar to the system in Rust. Because it's the building system is a mix of two games that I played a lot and that I really liked. So it's obvious to see that two games, it's Ark and it's Rust. The upgrade system is from Rust, and the building system from Ark. Yeah. So I made a mix of it. So it's not a unique building system.
No. It works. It's good. I like it.
But it works like everyone is familiar with. So that means why should I make something new when it works in other games?
Absolutely. So, yeah, you shouldn't. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So yeah.
That's right.
Right.
So
craft a table.
I have to eat something. So I want to make some more.
Right, I'm crafting a workbench at the moment.
Maybe we should make.
I was going to make a
cutting block.
Yeah, that's what I was going to make.
Okay, that's great. I have the workbench with me. Just picked it up.
I'll stop making my workbench then.
Yeah, I picked it up and just doing stuff and I forgot about it. It's hard. I think it's a problem of man. You cannot talk and do something.
Yeah.
So greetings out there for the women's. So they can do so much better than us.
Right. Well, why can't I build that? Ingots. Oh, I need to build a.
Okay. An
oven.
You need to build a furnace, right?
Yeah.
So
furnace,
I think I can build a furnace for you. So let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, I craft one. So I think I have. I have some copper and some iron here. How much iron do we need for this?
I can't find it on the. Oh, there it is. Stone, 150 stone and 100 logs.
You mean the
for stone furnace?
Okay,
that's what we need, isn't it? To make I can craft that actually. I've got enough.
I doing this right now. So
okay.
Let's see what we need for the. I think but copper 5. That's no problem. I will. And planks we need. So let's do some 2. So I will place the furnace. And the placement of the furnace is now on top of the inventory, so don't be irritated. It was I changed it.
I've forgotten how to half the items.
With shift left click.
Left shift.
Left shift and just dragging around, so you have the half of this.
There we go.
Yeah, right.
There we go. Right.
Just leveling up again. 11. So if we level 15, we can do some good stuff. So I won't spoil this.
What level are you at the moment?
11 at this moment. If I craft
11?
more, I would be level 15 in a fast way, I think. I think crafting is the fastest way to do something. So I have to tweak it, I think. Or not, I don't know.
What was I going to build? What do I need iron ingots for?
For iron ingots, you need.
What do I do? I was going to build a workbench. Not a workbench.
A cutting block.
Cutting block. That was it.
Yeah, you need 50. I make planks now. You need 5 copper bars and 50 planks. I have 50 planks at this moment,
I've
so
got
I can.
planks as well. So
okay.
I've got everything I need. I just can't remember where it is on the inventory.
I have some. I have.
Oh, I need to be in the workbench. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. For upgrading, you don't need the part. You need the stuff. I forget it. I did it and forgot it. That's so. You don't need the build part to upgrade. You need the material.
Yeah.
I changed it. It was like you need the build part before I changed it. So you can upgrade it with the planks.
Yes. I've only got 50 odd planks. I was going to build the cutting block so we can make more planks quicker.
Yeah, but I just want to make them and all my planks. Okay. Don't have enough planks.
Right, here we go.
That's right. So for wood, you have to do more than you have to do for fiber or sticks and so on for the twig parts. Stone is much more complicated, but not complicated. Can only let's see if I can do. Yeah, I can do this. If we make bricks, we can upgrade to stone as well.
Oh, okay.
That means you only have to put stones in it. Later on, there will be clay to do this, because at this moment it's only a simple way of doing this. I don't know if in Minecraft you have to burn stone to other blocks, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So at the moment, can you jump straight from a fiber and twig construction straight through to rock or to or do you
not
have
at this moment,
No.
but I want to make this.
I think you should leave it this way, to be perfectly honest, where you have to build, you have to upgrade it to each level as you go.
I think it would be too easy to say, I make twig and then I make directly stone. It would be too easy because you can only make twig and then go to stone.
Yeah.
As soon as you have the furnace. So I think I will leave it that way. You are right at this point. So upgrading should be this way as it is now. So, one moment. So sorry about that.
What's that?
Ah, someone rings on the door.
Oh, did you
Yeah,
go? I didn't know you'd
yeah.
gone.
No. So I said I'm busy now, so come back later. Yeah. Did not inform everyone, I think. So how much wood I have? Oh, I have 1,000 wood I have.
Oh wow, there's plenty.
So I think we need more stone. So I will get some stone here. And did you place the cutting block?
It's in the house.
Ah, okay. So then let's put some wood in it. Ah, there. So I made it accessible for everyone. So that means if you are inside of the cutting block, I can interact with it as well.
Okay.
So other games say that it's occupied or something. I don't want it because if you are at your home and you have a box that is big enough that 2 persons can look inside it,
Yeah,
you know.
that makes
So
sense.
yeah, just eating. I forgot about to eat and
Oh yes,
to
I
drink.
forget to do that.
So the best way to hydrate and to get some is to eat apples.
Yes. Oh, okay. Apples. Yeah, I've got a lot of apples and I've got a lot of tomatoes.
Tomatoes are the best way to gain health. At the moment, I have to tweak it. I made it this way because I did not change it. The bandages were in the game later than the fruits and so on.
Okay.
And not the fruits, the vegetables.
Yep.
And yeah. So I see some. There are some cracks here. I think the placement is not the best after you upgrade something. So let's see if I can upgrade to stone at some point here. Yeah. Insufficient resources. So yeah. But the cutting block is fast, I think. It's faster than crafting it by itself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so there's nothing to stop you having several of these if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I think it would fit. This is not a big building, so you how would I say? faster speaking than thinking. So you decide how to build. You can waiting for to be able to build wood parts and build the wood parts at first. You don't need to make fiber at first and then upgrading. You can build stone parts and then place them in the world. So you have 2 ways to build, and
which I think is really good. I think it's really good. Yeah. So if you've done all the graft, you shouldn't. I mean, you don't build a house like that, do you? You don't build a house with one material and then change it to another material. So I get it if it's maybe your first ever house you're building in game, but once you've leveled up and you're able to do that from the from the scratch.
Yeah, right.
Build it in you should be able to do that, and I think you've got that right. Absolutely.
And someone asked me about putting some ghostish like in the town.
Okay.
That means that you have to plan your building with placing those ghost fragments there, like a ghostish wall and so on, and you decide which build part will be there, so that you can plan your base. You know what I mean? I can explain it. Can explain it better at this moment, but like in Fortnite, he said.
Yes, I know what he means. Yes, yeah.
Makes sense, but I think I don't want to do this in this way. maybe I want to make a little extra tool for the game
Mm-hmm.
so that you can plan your base, where you have a top-down view, or I want to make an editor in the options in the
Okay.
main menu where you
Yeah.
can plan your base.
Maybe have a blueprint for a whole building. If you've got all the materials.
That's a nice idea, so that you can make a preset that you can place on the map.
Yeah,
you mean?
I'm not just a pretty face.
Got good ideas. So that would be a great idea, but this is something that is technical. Will take some time because you have to trace a lot, because not every place on a map is plain, you know.
Yes.
So I think that this will not fit to any place. But if you have some, if you make a preset and you want to place it on the map, you can place it on plain grounds, and if the ground is not plain, you cannot build it there. So yeah, maybe, why not? It's a great idea. Maybe I will put it on the list. So you see, I just want to give the players as many possibilities as possible, because they choose how to play a game, and this is what's the vision of the studio, you know.
Yeah.
So there are, I think, three projects are planned in the future.
Really?
But this, I have 3 projects planned on a list. But later on, if the game have great success, I want to, maybe I want to hire some other people that will help me.
everybody. I want to introduce myself first. I'm Roberto, CEO of GPORTAL, and today I want to share some insights to our control panel for our game servers, which hopefully is gonna be used also for your next project you wanna release. Yeah, so basically this is our website, and so I switched to full screen so you can better check out what I'm doing. Basically this is when you go to g-portal.com, you will see this screen in your preferred language, in your preferred location, with your preferred currency, of course. So usually you have to register to log in. We skipped that part. I guess this is just obvious. And let's go to rent servers. There you get an overview about our newest games, about our popular games, and every game we implemented over the recent years. And as you can see, there are lots of games already available, and we claim that your server will be ready in 3 minutes after you purchase it, and we want to showcase right now that this is actually true. And let's start with Conan Exiles for an example. So we click on order button. You will be redirected to the landing page of Conan Exiles. You get some brief overview what features are included when you purchase this server, and you can select the location. This is now the EU-based website. That's why it just shown only 3 locations, but we have in total 12 locations with Japan, China, Australia, Russia, UK, Europe, 3 different locations in North America. Also Canada is included, South America, South Africa. So we have a whole coverage for the entire world. Singapore will be opened as a new location within the next 2 weeks. So for your game, we should have a global coverage. So everyone around the globe should be able to enjoy your game. Let's start with Frankfurt in this showcase. So I press Frankfurt. You can select between different period slots and still choose the location. And let's go with 10 slot servers in Europe, and press the one instant checkout. So everything is processed in the background, so no hassle with any payment data. If you already purchased something with us, you see the server has been already deployed, activated, and now you can go to configuration. As you can see in the background, it's installing. You will have a live status update with every single game we deploy, so no waiting, no things going on in the background that you can't imagine what's going on. So everything is literally live, and with status update every second. And this is the dashboard for the Conan Exiles server. So we can turn it off, and you get an immediate response that the server has been turned on. Briefly after starting it, you will see the CPU and memory usage spiking for the boot up sequence of the server. So now you see 10% CPU memory. This because we got lots of requests by our customers. Memory usage is not limited. We don't use any virtualization. We don't have any Docker containers or similar that could limit resources. We don't limit anything. So CPU memory is just limited by physical limits, but there is no software that stops your server if you're consuming too much memory or if you're consuming too much CPU. There are no hidden figures in the background making you pay additional money. This is completely transparent. What you use, you get, and that's it. So this being said, the server is already up and running, everything in less than, I would say, 2 minutes. And so basically our advertisement that everything should be up in less than 3 minutes is proven. Let's go to basic settings. As you can see, lots of configuration possibilities, lots of settings and different values. It's nearly infinite scrolling just for one game, so we cover every single aspect of the game, can be changed in this control panel, and whatever you have, tablet or PC or mobile phone, it's all fitted into one screen. You can choose different columns if it makes more convenient for you to configure your server, up to 3 columns. I will choose one, and as you may have noticed, there are lots of settings, and if you're struggling to find the right one, just type in something and you will see immediately it will give you the search results for multiplayer, and you can change all the settings there. So this being said, you also are allowed to choose between different branches of the game. There is a beta branch and there is an actual live stable branch available for Conan Exiles, and you can choose between those. You can change the server name. Let's name it Devcom test server in our showcase. You can set up a server password if you want to use it just with your friends, and no others should be allowed to join that don't have the password. You can set an admin password to configure your server from the in-game. There are so many different configurations you can set up, and when you press the save button, everything will be saved immediately. And if there are significant changes to your server, then it will also immediately restart, because every single settings will be applied after restart. You can have broadcast messages to your server. For instance, if you want to restart your server and you don't want to turn it off without any in-game notice, then you can activate the settings. You can start a countdown. Let's say server going down for update in 10, for example. You can add it, and then you can start a countdown. 5 minutes to go. Add it, and you can customize your countdown. This will apply with every single restart you do. This is the more casual way to configure your server. There is an expert way too, where you can directly configure everything in your configuration files. They're all loaded instantly, as you can see, and there are all configuration settings and values available, and everything can be configured within the files themselves. You will have a log file that gives you an update about what happened in the past. You can search inside the log files if something happened on your server and you want to look it up and maybe report it to us. You have the current log files where you can choose auto scroll, then it will automatically scroll down if something new happens to your server, and there you are. You see the servers already up and reporting their stats, in this case to Funcom. So everything absolutely live, everything will be updated directly, so you don't have to take care about this and can enjoy your game. And we have also the auto update function where you can turn it on and off, whatever fits you better. If you have auto update on, every single mandatory update will be immediately applied to your server within minutes after Funcom pushes the update to Steam. Our system in the background will recognize that there is a new update. It will process it immediately to our local repository, and from there we created a torrent-like network, full meshed between every single bare metal system around the globe to push and fetch the update as fast as possible. And the last time, for instance, if when we updated Arc, in this case, it took like 5 minutes to update tens of thousands of servers worldwide. So what else do we have? Restart. You can have scheduled restarts. So for example, if you want your server to restart on a daily basis at 5 a.m. In a specific time zone, we're here in Germany, so let's pick Central European summertime. You can set a description like daily restart, you can save it, and here you go. The server will automatically restart every day at 5 a.m. and so maybe for performance reasons, or you want to pick up all the latest mod updates, whatever reason is behind, you can schedule here restart. Backups come also with this control panel. You have 50 gig of backup space available at no cost. If you want to take a backup of your current save game configuration, etc., then simply press the Create Backup button. It will shut down the server. It will process all the files to our local repository, and once the backup is done, it will automatically start up the server again and show you that the backup, here it is in your backup tab, and you can restore or delete it. Permissions. If you have some colleagues or friends that wants to administrate the server while you're away or currently not near a PC or tablet or whatever, then they can register with our website, hand over their username or email address. You can add them here as an administrator and set different permissions, and so they can have control of the server. For instance, this is something clans or communities use very often. As you may have noticed, we skipped one point in this control panel showcase. That's the mod tab. We are really proud about our mod tab that includes every single mod available on the Steam Workshop. It will get automatically updated as soon as an mod developer updates his mod on Steam. And also since 1 week on Epic Game Store, because they added a mod support as well. And in the background, there is, I will shortly explain how those updates are processed. If there are new updates on Steam Workshop, our parser will register it, will process the files to our local repository. Our system recognizes that you are using this mod, and your server will apply the mod if you turned on auto update. Otherwise, it will be applied on the next restart. So you don't have to download any mod or upload it by FTP. You don't have to use the config files to store any Steam Workshop ID in it, which you can't keep track of, which doesn't give you some visualization of the current mods you have available, and you can't activate and deactivate it with one mouse click. So this is something that helps to administrate your server by far.
So I added now some mods, and you will see they're all added to the installed mod tabs. You see what's this running, yeah, installation bar, whatever you want to call it, that in the background there is something processed. We will need to restart the server to make him recognize that there are actually mods to be picked up before we can activate them. So let's press the restart button. You see the server is stopping, updating. Now it's fetching all the mods from our local repository. It's that's it. So it's installed within second. 3 mods you can immediately activate. You can choose to have some of them deactivated because you want them to be installed but yet not be part of your game. You can choose different orders because there are some mods having dependencies that needs to make them load in a in a specific order, and this is everything you can do with our control panel. And if you have more than one server, you can choose from the tab and then immediately configure them. What else I want to show is our console. We have with many different games, and so let's add, for instance, here to our game cloud Minecraft server. So simply press the add server button. It will redirect you to our available game server page. Then let's choose Minecraft, for instance, pick up 4 slots, press the add button, and you will see the server is activated, already installed, and you can configure it. Let's press the start button. Go to our console, you see it's connected, and it will immediately show the entire startup process and allows you to directly interact with the game server itself on the console. And we have some commands you can use in their explanations, so it makes your the way you administrate your server more convenient. Let's pick the save all command. Wait till the server is fully loaded. You see the area is going to be prepared in the background. This may take some time depending on the size of your world and the entities it has to spawn. I guess it's done. Then let's set the save all command, send it, and you will see the server has been saved all there, and this with a live console. You can also ask for help, and it will give you an overview of the common commands that are used to administrate your server, so it's all there. I want to show you the amount of mods and versions we have in place. So this is right now the vanilla mod for Minecraft and the version you can choose. So they're literally infinite versions, and also mods, so you can scroll and scroll and scroll. There are hundreds of different mods with hundreds of different versions, so everything you could imagine of the Minecraft universe you can install and use. Every menu is perfectly adjusted for the game you added. So in this case, you also will get MySQL support base to allow you to store some data. Everything is included in your monthly cost, so there are no extra fees and so on. And yeah, just makes as easy as possible the entire administration of your server. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, reach out to us on chat, or maybe hit the Let's Talk button on the Devcom booth on the lower right. We will be there and pick up your questions and try to answer them. And we are really looking forward to implement your game and to make it available to our audience. Thank you and have a good one.